And we're live.
So, like, the newest DBZ movie proved that base Vegeta could beat base Goku, though. So,
Dude,
that's all I'm saying.
Dude, Vegeta could kick Goku's ass anytime. Goku needs all this power-up bullshit to be able to kick ass. Vegeta was kicking their ass without turning Super Saiyan. Like, they were fearing Vegeta when he showed up. They were fearing Nappa when they showed up. If it wasn't for all the extra bullshit that went along on the good guy side, the Z Fighter side, they would have all been dead.
So, not only God helped Goku, but, like, extra God. Because King Kai was, like... So, Kami is God. And then you have King Kai, who's extra God, was also helping Goku. And Vegeta's still out there, still wins that fight. I'm going to argue to the end of the universe. Vegeta won the first fight.
100%.
They had to resort to Kaioken times 4.
Well, no, he beats Goku. He just beats Goku. He just wins. Gets his tail cut off, beats Krillin, beats Gohan, beats Grade 8 Gohan, and then gets crushed by a falling Grade 8 Gohan. Gets up and still then beats everybody again with his, like, final explosion. Yep. And then is like, okay, they all lived, fuck it, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Welcome
they needed so much extra bullshit.
Everyone.
That's what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about how Vegeta gets fucking gypped the entire series of Dragon Ball Z.
Does he make mistakes? Yes. All great characters make mistakes.
Greatest fucking character development in the entire fucking show. Out of everybody.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to crush you and throw you into the wind when he yells it at Boo is the best line in the series.
Yeah. And
then every time he does this motion, where he points himself with his thumb, every time, good shit's about to happen.
Dude, I'm telling you, early iteration Vegeta is not going at anybody for slapping Bulma around. But you see that man later on going up against the God of Destruction because he smacked Bulma. And he's like, you fucking dick! Like, yeah. Meanwhile, Goku's having his illegitimate sons being raised by other people.
1 second into him going at Beerus, by the way, Roshi's like, he's stronger than Goku!
yeah, fuck you.
And he was terrified of Beerus going into that, but he's like, you know what? I have my standards.
Dude, you don't fuck with my woman.
Yep.
Well, that was it for tonight's session. Thank you guys for joining us. Welcome everybody. It's Sunday night. We're doing things a little different here tonight. I am your DM and your storyteller for tonight. We just recently reached 50 sessions into our adventure, and I thought, why not kind of commemorate it with a little bit of a story thus far discussion with our adventurers here, and just kind of go over what they've all been through leading up to where they are currently in our story. And everybody didn't think it was a bad idea, so here we are doing that instead of running session 51. Unless we get through this extremely fast and we decide to play. But for right now, everybody can put their dice away. They can unclench their cheeks, as I won't be throwing any crazy monsters at you. But we will be telling stories. I will be bringing up moments in our campaign, and we'll be discussing them a little bit, talking about them as much as we want to, asking questions about certain things. If you guys as players have questions about decisions or things that I might have put in there, feel free to ask them. If anybody in chat is curious about anything, they may ask questions too. And we will answer them. We'll talk about our favorite moments, NPCs, all that fun stuff. But think without further ado, why don't we hop in to this Buick LeSabre and drive right into the drive-through movie theater and pop in the speaker and let's get our recap going.
Let's all go to the movies.
Yes.
And to make this accurate, I'm going to get up for the first 30 recaps.
No, you are here. You are here for it all because this should be nice and beneficial for you as you'll get to see get to hear about what happened outside of stream because as most people know, especially us here, we didn't start streaming it till well into our 30th session. So maybe a little earlier. I don't remember. I think YouTube has session 31 continuing on. If my
everything is uploaded to the YouTubes.
Yes. Well, let us begin tonight. The ordning has been broken, and the hierarchy of giants has been sent into a frenzy as giants of all types fight for the top spot to bring honor to their god, the All-Father Amon. Unbeknownst to this, our journey begins focused on a singular carriage being pulled by a couple of horses driven by a carriageman. Their destination, Nightstone. They've been brought together by unknown sources, each of them a story of their own, putting them in this cart. And as they travel on this main road, everything gets turned upside down. The carriage driver is killed by 2 arrows, and while you go to investigate what happened, your entire cart is flipped head over heels, smashing into the walls of a cliff, scattering you all onto the grass around and face to face with a couple of goblins and an ogre. Welcome to level 1, I said. Roll initiative. It was here where we met our early iteration of this party. We had Adelaide, a dwarven druid, Millie, a human sorcerer, Zurag, a half-orc barbarian, Ressig, a halfling fighter, and Girin, as well as Girin, a dwarf ranger, and Barris. No, he wasn't Barris at that time. He was Linus at that point. Yeah. Linus, our wizard. It was a human wizard. It was a dangerous fight, to say the least. Zurag was squashed by the ogre almost immediately, and I thought, well, this is going to be quick. But Millie, in true form and fashion, kept everybody alive while everybody else did their due diligence to bring down these assailants.
And if I might add, Shadow gained her first gray hair that day.
Millie out the gate knew what she had to do. It was to keep everybody alive.
Yes, this was
the day she became party mom.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, our first, our other games before this had been lighthearted food people fun. So we got into this, and when we had originally had our session 0, I mean, we had talked about it, and I was like, this is gonna be a pretty brutal campaign. We instituted a bunch of heavy injuries and stuff like that. And we kind of almost immediately got into those mechanics. But you guys made it out of your first fight alive and made it to the town of Nightstone, where you found that it had been attacked. Stones had been flung everywhere, crushing into buildings, crushing people, scattering everybody, and the town itself seemed to be vacant, empty, aside for a couple of goblins. You guys moved into Nightstone, clearing out the goblins one by one, investigating what went down, and found that some cloud giants had dropped rocks down upon the unsuspecting people of Nightstone, and it seemed like the surviving citizens had run out. You were able to find their tracks leading outwards of town, out to the outskirts of the forest. After clearing the town of Nightstone out of all the goblins, before you were able to search much more, you found a refugee, a human woman who told you she was waiting for someone, and made sure that she was okay, exchanged niceties with her, and before you were able to set out to go find any of the citizens of Nightstone, you saw a group of people riding into town. They introduced themselves as the Seven Snakes, and one of them seemed to recognize who Adelaide was. You guys quickly learned that the Seven Snakes were part of the Zentarum, an organization that has hands in many underground dealings throughout the Forgotten Realms, rather. And it was a moment of panic. Adelaide, you spent the night out in the stables, transforming yourself into a horse to hide detection from this Seven Snake, who spoke aloud and said, "I know who you are, and I know who's looking for you." Yes. To which you retorted, "Nay, motherfucker, nay."
Yeah, that was fun to hang out with the horses in the barn. That was our first wild shape. That was my first wild shape ever as a druid. It was fun because I didn't know what I was getting myself into, but hey, it turned out good.
Yeah, it kept you hidden, and you guys discussed some with the Seven Snakes, and you learned that early on that they were a bunch of bastards. They took the fact that the guard and everybody else being missing was an open invitation for them to claim Nightstone for themselves, thus claiming it for the Zentarum. But not all of them were that bad. You guys individually spent some time with some of them on watch as things kind of settled down for the night. You discussed some matter of importance. And I believe it was the next day, another group of individuals began to approach Nightstone. These ones even more ferocious than the Seven Snakes. A battle party of orcs chased out of the forest towards this town saw an opportunity to build fortifications on the edge of an elven-controlled wood. A siege battle commenced, and once again, you guys were thrust into a very, very dangerous battle. Orcs climbing over the battlements as you guys did your best to knock them down, keep the gates up, but alas, they broke through. And with it, they brought the heat. But together, along with the Seven Snakes, you guys were able to quell this force. And then
Again,
you were
Millie
tasked.
saved the day.
Yeah,
Please save
Millie
the
coming
day.
clutch with healing, keeping
I rem-
everybody alive.
Yeah, Adelaide was yelling, "My angel!"
Yeah,
because she
Well.
was dying.
Actually, when you went down, I woke you up shaking you violently, telling you to heal the other people around us.
Yeah, you did.
I was like, please help me. Let's not forget the night before, all of our guys were getting their butts whooped by a ghost from a grave they were trying to rob.
Yes.
that's right. That's right. They went out into the graveyard at night and they were trying to search through some of the crypts to find something good, anything good, and were attacked by a ghost. And that was that was a doozy for sure.
Yeah. They got like what, a bone out of it or something?
Yeah,
A silver one.
A silver
silver
bone. I still
bone.
haven't done anything with.
It was on somebody's body that got taken by a Sasquatch.
Oh yeah.
Yes. That is what happens when you're no longer in the campaign. You get taken by Sasquatch for him to do what he
Or the
will.
Yeti.
Or the Yeti, depending on where you're at. But after this battle, brought you guys a little bit closer to the Seven Snakes, but you still wanted to have your distance because you found out through Adelaide that, well, she didn't want to be friends with them, and she needed to get out of town ASAP. So you volunteered your services to go find the citizens and hopefully bring them back safe and sound, and you leave the empty city to the hands of the Seven Snakes. From there, you traveled outside of town, following the fading footprints into a set of caves where you found a couple more ogres taking mud baths, as well as numerous goblins. You fought your way through all these creatures, eventually coming across the goblin leader. And it was during this part that we had a little backstory scene of Resix, the imprisonment of these town folks, very similar to what began their life as an adventurer before they joined up with the party. You guys force the goblin leader to show you where the prisoners were and to release them, and he asked you guys to clear a cave of a black pudding, and he would happily do so, but you guys outnumbered him and outgunned him, so you forced him to bring you into the cave where he was keeping the people, where they were systematically picking one to be made into dinner. Once
You
inside
call
this
that
cave,
elf pudding?
yes. Once you guys saw the citizens and down in this little hole, Goblin Commander used some trickery, had some bats start to swarm around you, and as you guys dealt with the bat swarm, snuck away and tricked you guys into going down the corridor where this black pudding rested, that the rest of the goblins were afraid of. And you narrowly escaped with your lives there.
Almost took
Choosing-
our boy.
Almost taking down Garen.
Yeah, he nearly lost his leg.
Yep.
Thought
Yeah,
Rissa
you
got
guys-
hurt too.
Oh yeah.
So
Resting.
Rethig got his first scar when we were in the town from a goblin.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
the first lingering injury was definitely dealt to Resig. But yeah, you guys chose to flee from the black pudding over fighting it, and eventually found the Goblin Commander again. This time didn't give him any quarter, slayed him, and took all the spoils that he had in and his belongings. From there, you took the remaining townsfolk and began to bring them back towards Nightstone. Adelaide once again suggested that, hey, I don't want to go back there, and I don't want to deal with those people. I have a reason to not deal with those people. And you guys acquiesced and said farewell to the townsfolk, letting them know that the town is now under new rule, but ultimately they were safe.
We took their horses.
You did take their horses, yep. And you quickly found that you did not need these horses. As you traveled for the better part of a day, you eventually were descended upon by a cloud giant castle, a singular tower in the shape of a wizard's tower, descended down from the sky and landed in front of you, and you guys were greeted by Zephyros, the cloud giant. He had spoken a bit about prophecy of sorts, in which he saw the group of you having much to do in the happenings soon to go on, and he had offered what help he could in the form of transportation. Through some talk with the civilians before you left them, you had learned of some quest that you could take in different areas. Bryn Shandir, Golden Fields, as well as where the hell was it? Tribor. You guys decided to head to Golden Fields, and Zephyros took you on a flight towards those directions. During this flight, this is where we met the cultists of the Howling Hatred. And this is where our first natural 20 nut punch of the campaign was had.
That made our DM totally forget about a bag of holding that one of them had.
Yes. Yeah, the nut punch completely threw me. And when the initiative was rolled, I completely forgot that cultist had a bag of holding which stored an invisible stalker. Something that would have made that fight so much harder if I had remembered to use it. But
Hey, I mean, just like getting punched in the nuts in real life, you tend to forget a lot of other things that are going on in the world when that happens. So, you felt his pain through the game.
I did. I absolutely did. And I mean, that was not a fight stacked in y'all's favor. I had 9 cultists as well as their 9 vulture mounts and an invisible stalker at my disposal. But you guys were able to keep the fight contained away from the mounts, only having to deal with them a bit. But we're ultimately able to just beat these guys down.
I believe Giran was again almost thrown to his death.
Yes. Yep.
And I think his puppy was MVP. He took out a vulture all by himself.
Yes. For sure. But ultimately, again, you guys were victorious. Zephyros really had no quarrel, as he had wanted nothing to do with these cultists who had come to seek his allegiance and helping their lord Jan Sebin in his machinations, and he wanted nothing to do with it. So you guys, I believe, just pushed their bodies off of the floating castle to rain down, splattering onto the ground below.
I believe
I'll have
that
to remember
is
that.
exactly what we did.
I'll have to remember that and make a scene for it at some point.
Random farmer in Faerun just had a really bad fucking day.
Yeah.
god!
Um,
Well, if we ever
My
make
lord
it that,
Ilmater, I need a wife. Goblin woman just slams into the table through the roof.
if we
Yes.
ever
Living
make
one!
it to the area where that happened, maybe there could be some, lingering damage from bodies falling from the sky. If we ever make it out of Chult alive, that's getting ahead
At this
of
rate,
it.
it's
End
not
of
going
the
to be for
story,
a
though.
few years.
If we do, Adelaide technically will be, free to go, so we could go back to Nightstone if we wanted.
Yeah, there you go. So, as you guys traveled a little bit more, Golden Fields being the faster of the destinations to be reached, you guys descended outside of that town and made your way inside. Here you found that the city of Golden Fields was kind of was heavily guarded. They had dealt with some clearly had dealt with some battles of their own as you guys approached the walls, seeing that they were battle scarred and stuff like that. But ultimately, everything seemed to be intact. You entered in and you made your presence known. That you were here to help, and that you were on the trail of anything giant related. You met with the abbot of the church, who had divulged some information about the prior attacks, and some of the farms had been ransacked and stuff like that. You found that the I believe the Chantelin, it was his title, Hanatus, was a boob, and the captain of the guard was a drunk. And under their leadership, everything was kind of,
Shit.
well, yeah, it was kind of shitty, unguided, and not rightfully placed. You did some shopping, talked with some other NPCs such as like Shalvis Martholio, and learned some more information, and asked some important questions about some backstory people, see if they've come through here. And that answer wasn't given until the night of the battle. While you guys slept, the alarm was sounded as a group of bugbears coupled with goblins, as well as some ogres, had infiltrated the walls of Golden Fields and were ransacking multiple areas. You guys lent a hand to numerous NPCs, fighting alongside of them, quelling each threat in different areas, fighting off some groups that were setting fires to the silos and trying to raid the inner town, and even fought two hill giants who had breached the walls themselves, while a group of hill giants launched goblins over the wall at you from catapults on their backs. Once you were able to quell Lob and Og, the two hill giants that had infiltrated, the battle seemed to turn in favor as the guards finally were able to man their posts correctly and push all the remaining forces back. You guys questioned Lob and Og as well as you could, but found that hill giants are very stupid. I think the best thing that came out of Lob and Og was the convincing by Ressig to sling poo at Hanatus, covering the man completely in hill giant shit.
Unfortunately, he also got covered because he was in close proximity.
Yeah, collateral damage and all. But you guys had managed to kind of trick Lob and Og into directing them, or directing you rather, in the direction of where these hill giants were held up. But as you followed them into the wilderness, you quickly realized that they had no idea where the fuck they were going. And decided that as long as they were heading away from civilization, they weren't a problem anymore. So with your job done here in Golden Fields and the Hill Giants' threat kind of quelled for the moment, you were tasked with an escort mission up to Beliard by Shalvis Martholio. And you made your way to there through Wamford, where you'd found the town of Wamford kind of in a bit of a suspicious and sour mood. That kind of stereotypical town where you walk in and everybody shuts the shutters or just gives you the death stare. And you guys stayed the night over at the Barge Right Inn, as this was your actual destination. That's where Shalvis wanted to go. Shalvis met up with some of his friends who had then asked you to assist them to Beliard. But before you guys decided to be heroes and lend your helping hand to the town of Wamford, where you heard about a creature known as the Wamford Bat. Apparently, people had been being abducted and had not been seen. And there was tales of a giant bat that came in the night. So you waited till nightfall, and then you staked out the town. And lo and behold, a giant bat attacked. It attacked and attempted to kidnap Millie.
This was one of
Grabbing
many.
one of the first kidnapping.
The first kidnapping.
Utilizing its aerial abilities, it kept out of reach of the melee fighters, forcing the spellcasters to carry the brunt of the work. And it almost got away with Millie if it wasn't for Restig, I believe, saving the day.
Yep. Little shots with a short bow.
Yep, couple shots brought down the beast, as well as our sorceress, which was caught pummeling Restig into the ground a little bit as they tried to catch her, but ultimately alive and not bat food.
Bad time.
Bad time. You guys assumed that there was a dwelling nearby, and perhaps there could be somebody there to save. And you crept outside of town in search of a den of some sorts. Finding one, but also finding a vampire. A vampire that you had been introduced to when you first arrived at the Barge Right Inn, and he gave you an ultimatum. You leave town by the morning, or you all die. This threat came after a few blows were exchanged, and when you guys realized that this was much more of a fight than you could deal with, you guys watched as Zurag, how big he is, was manhandled by this vampire. You guys were like, go ahead.
This is my favorite interaction with Zureg with an NPC.
Something awoke in young Zurag that day.
Climbing up a rock, and this slender man just picks me right up.
Picks you up by the nape of your neck. It's probably something that hasn't happened since Zurag was a child. but this man did it without even straining a muscle. But you guys decided, hey, you got it. We're out of here.
Sure thing, boss.
Yep.
Not only
Yep.
that, but he had made me charmed, and I gave him a bro hug before we left.
Yeah.
Love you, man.
And you guys left by the morning, keeping true to your word, not wanting to deal with any of that. And you guys traveled with two brothers and a wagon full of ale on the Desserin Road towards Belliard. Now, while on this road, you guys weren't so chummy with these two brothers at first. They seemed kind of annoyed that you were there, but also understood that they needed escorts. But their annoyance only grew as they found that you guys wanted to do other things along this travel instead of stick to their schedule. But you're heroes, and heroes don't stick to schedules.
Didn't we split the party here? Like, I remember Millie and I going with the brothers,
Yeah,
and you guys went somewhere else.
That was
they found the
tower, right?
yeah, that's when they found the tower. You guys stuck with the brothers. Adelaide and Millie stuck with the brothers while everybody else went to go investigate this tower. A tower they had found.
We all went to the tower, and it was after that when we went and got we're looking for hunting for food, right? And that's when we split up.
You guys went. No, because I remember you guys rushing towards the tower to help them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The second time I got picked up like a baby.
We weren't as far away for the tower. You guys were within earshot, whereas the other time we were out in the wilderness.
Yeah, because Zureg was in there by himself for a few minutes.
I said the second time I got picked up as a baby.
Pretty much. 1v1 a hill giant by himself.
Yeah, you guys had found a female hill giant inside this tower crying. And when she discovered that you were peeping on her, she was less than thrilled and fought Zureg horribly. And one by one, the party rejoined with them, and you guys were victorious in quelling her anger. I believe knocking her out for a bit, and discussed using her to bring you to Grudhaug, the first mention of the Hill Giant Den, where Chief Guh had stolen all the male hill giants to use for her own devices.
Along with every rock in the Forgotten Realm. She stole them all.
Yes.
And you would think, man, she must be one fine piece.
Yes, you must think she is a peak. That Veronica Vaughn.
I know
but
from experience.
She was still something special, but not the way you intended.
That is when Millie and Adelaide, I believe, decided to go back and continue escorting our two brothers, while everybody else went to go scout out Grudhaug, get eyes on this hill giant den. Following, I forgot what her name was because she had a name, but following this female hill giant, who had a very, very short-term memory, and showed to be much more trouble than she was worth quite quickly, as she forgot who you were and immediately started to try to attack you guys again. You brought her down for good, and you said, fuck it, we'll find it ourselves. So you guys travel for a little bit while Adelaide and Millie are still escorting our carriage. And as you guys lay sights on this this gigantic dam with a fortress built on top of it. And you see just hill giants moving in and out, as well as other small humanoid figures moving in and out. You can see them bringing in sacks of stuff, bringing them in to dump before, supposedly Gah. Having enough visual information, you guys decided to reunite with the party, or reunite with Adelaide and Millie, who were having a hell of a time fending off wyvern riders, these berserkers, this rage incarnate, almost like if you've seen Mob Psycho, that like black and white form that he gets into when when his levels are increasing. Just those guys sitting on the back of wyverns fighting Millie and Adelaide, and it was a crazy fight, and it came down to a firebolt from Millie.
Magic missile.
Magic missile to claim victory. Adelaide had gone down. Millie was on last legs. It was a war of attrition, and it was a
divine
battle.
intervention that saved the day, because Millie had been given hope to open her eyes one last time with use of 3 stacks of inspiration to get 1 HP back.
There you go. I think that was our first use of that, of our homebrew rule there. Our inspiration stacks, where they can use them, come back. It's the same thing as like rolling a nat 20 on a death save. You come back with 1 HP and a full round. Standing up, bloody, on the edge of death, blurry-eyed, magic missile.
I was in the mouth of the guy.
Yeah, you were about to get crunched, and just magic missile, just point blank shots, 3 shots, exploding the head, dropping you down. You were able to heal Adelaide, and from that point forward, those brothers had nothing to say about you guys delaying, because they had seen firsthand your battle prowess and how strong you are.
Meanwhile, a little farther off, Zurag and Ressig had
Are
another
hunting
bad
an elk.
time, and somehow, I think they were fighting a guy too, right? And Zurag went in berserk mode and knocked down Ressig and had to carry him back.
I want to say
That's
this
right.
is also the first
Yeah,
time.
I can't remember why.
It was after the session, because you guys streamed this. I watched it. I think I messaged Raider around this point.
Yeah, I
For
think
like, do you have an
so.
open slot?
I think we also I think the berserkers had like a death. They die and then cause some kind of like crazy shit to happen.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah.
Crave carries through with the final blow or something.
Yeah. As they exploded into like rage, it was like a radius thing. That's correct. Yeah, and Zurag was affected, and beat down Ressig quite a bit. But ultimately, you guys each survived your battles or your run-ins with these rage incarnates, as I was calling them, and coalesced back together and made it to Beliard. It was here that you found a small farming town that had also been under siege by hill giants. Actually, let me rewind a little bit. This was where Sasquatch came and took Girin, absconded with Girin, running away with him into the night. And you guys made your way towards Beliard, where you had found a lone figure fighting against a hill giant.
Linus got kidnapped before this. He was
Linus got
Wamford.
kidnapped. Yeah,
Oh,
Linus was
Wamford.
kidnapped in Wamford. I totally
But
forgot about
Varys
Linus.
came in.
Yeah, his
Yeah.
backstory caught up with him, and he was kidnapped by the Magic Association and taken off world.
Yes,
Right?
taken off world. Yes. His backstory tied him with the Soltress Academy in Wildmount. and that is where he was absconded with. A little character change. That's where Barris was met, our Twilight Cleric. If I forget anything, please hop in here and remind me, guys. But yes, Barris had thus joined the party. Tiefling, Cleric of the Twilight kind. And then everything I just talked about happened. And then we meet Sasquatch takes Girin. And then we meet a lone figure fighting a hill giant outside the outskirts of Beliard, this farming town. You guys rush in to join the party. Another hill giant comes. You guys are sandwiched in between two. You fight both of them. You kill both of them. And that is where we meet our Duragar paladin, Merc.
Correct me if I'm
That
wrong,
was
but
fun
the two
introduction.
giants we fought were the two giants from Goldenfield.
We let go.
Yeah.
They were.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like, after you guys just let them fuck off, I was like, they're gonna come back. That way they get murdered. But yeah, you guys fought Lob and Og again. This time, killing them. Meeting Merc. And through your shared goals of dispatching giants, you formed an alliance. You entered into Beliard, and you learned from Merc as well as the townsfolk that they had been continuously being attacked by hill giants. Their crops, their livestock, and even some people had been taken in the past few days. Now knowing where the hill giants were camped out, you decided that your assault would take place there. And that's where things got insane.
We met a woman on a road.
Yes, yeah. On your way to
After we had a night's rest and Millie got eaten by fleas and Adelaide found
Yeah.
roaches
Set
in
a
her
bed
bed.
on fire.
yeah,
Yeah, and then
Resic
and
found
Merc.
a bucket of sour milk under the floorboards under the bed.
yeah. We had a morning of antics to kind of to preface the what would become an insane day.
Those
Merc leapt.
fools didn't know what they were going into.
Merc leapt into action as Millie screamed about fleas, and she was burning her bed mat. Duragar having shitty sight in the day, just swinging his flail around aimlessly, just attempting to quell the beast that was inside. And you guys kind of formed your companionship even more over the morning happenings.
That was the night before is when we pretty much took over the bar and like started cooking food for everyone, and Adelaide
Yeah.
became the bartender, and
Really?
Yeah,
Resic
she
was-
had her first crush on the bartender. Yep,
that
We
was
considered quitting adventuring.
that was
because
one
the
of
Yeah,
bartender
you
was
got-
so
the
handsome.
that might
Yeah.
not be my favorite interaction of NPC wise, but that was certainly up there. That was lots of fun. Of just like
Actually, when we were fighting the giants, Millie got hit, and Merc came up walking by, put his hand on Millie's shoulder, healed her to full, and then went in and took care of business.
Yep. Yeah.
Millie was like,
Yeah.
"Is this like what it's like to be healed?"
Is this what it's like to be on the other end? I feel so safe.
I feel so safe. Yeah. You guys almost decided to quit adventuring and just run this inn. You guys had hunted for deer, I believe it was elk, and
Elk,
had actually bagged a quite sizable one. So you took to the kitchen, you took to setting up behind the bar, and you were a welcome group in Beliard. You set out the next day to Grudhaug, the den of the hill giants. You did some scouting, and you decided that your best way was to attack from the west and try to take out the guard towers that could probably signal any intruders should you be discovered. And like any paladin trying to run a stealth operation,
No, you get the good one first.
give it to me, buddy.
Merc climbing up a goddamn ladder managed to roll with disadvantage 2 natural 20s. He peaked in this moment, his second episode in, but he peaked nonetheless.
I love you. Actually, when we're going around the side, you
And then
literally
that
just knocked on that
motherfucking bugbear
cabin.
rolled a natural 20 to spot him.
Actually, I think it was a goblin who came out to take a piss just
Yeah.
at that moment as you were climbing up this tower. And as you, I think you failed your athletics check or something like that. Like,
Yeah, I failed-
slid down.
Something else.
Yeah, and he came out. The goblin came out to take a piss and saw you, and shouted. Thus, the alarm was sounded, and everybody in the camp was on high alert.
Meanwhile, Beerus drops darkness over the goblin that came out to take
Yep.
the situation. Yep. And the bridge got completely blacked out, which was our
Yep.
saving grace because no one else came outside.
Yeah, exactly. And you guys dealt with hobgoblins and goblins alike on this tower, claiming it for yourself. But the alarm had thus been sounded, and instead of retreating and waiting to see what else unfurled, you decided to push forward. And into the den you went, fighting goblins and hobgoblins alike, who were all on high alert, ready for you. Actions held as soon as you were spotted. Arrows were flying, scimitars were being sliced through the air, and you guys delve in, fighting group after group until you finally found the main chambers of the hill giantess Guh.
It's for a noble cause. There was a man and a child that were kidnapped, and we had to save it for the woman's sake.
That's absolutely. You guys were trying to save people, so you put your own safety aside and rushed in. You had found I believe he was a halfling that was getting ready to be cooked by some goblins.
Correct.
And you saved him. He was unconscious, but you did save him from being eaten while you guys were fighting. Pushing forward deeper and deeper into the den, you found the main hall where this gigantic, like multi-tonned hill giant with like muffin top, like that you've never seen before, hanging over the edges of a cart filled with filth and other like food debris, as well as treasures all stuffed under her folds and stuff like that, accompanied with multiple hill giants, ogres, and an arrangement of goblin archers around the ramparts atop this
I believe there were some orcs in there too.
Mm-hmm.
There were some orcs in there as well. A room that nobody in their right mind should have gone into. But you guys are insane. So you
That's
went
the worst
into
way
this room.
possible the entire time.
Yep. You went into this room. More importantly, Merc went into this room.
Chuck's just like,
And-
give it to me.
yes.
I think we
And
can do this, guys.
This
And
was
I
Kumo
was
speaking.
yes. And I as a DM was like, somebody here is going to die. And a wall of stone was put up, cutting Chug out away from the rest of the party, who are still dealing with minor goblins poking their head in, coming in. But Merc, through the power of Bane, Shield of Faith, and an insanely high AC on top of everything else, was in this
Haste.
room. and Haste was in
The
this
dodge
room.
action. Most
Moving-
importantly, the dodge action.
The dodge action. Moving like a man possessed, dodging ogre strike, hill giant strikes. The only thing successful hitting this man was the rain of rocks that Ga kept summoning, which forced him to do dexterity saving throws. But still, under a pile of rubble, the
600
Duragar
damage.
paladin kept going, and eventually he kept those people in that room for you guys to come in and help clear the way. And you one by one, Hill Giant fell, and eventually Ga was taken down, and the room fell silent. And then you discovered that the prisoners were being kept underground. More importantly, to one of you, Ressig heard that his father was one of these prisoners. So the battle could not cease there, because you needed to delve beneath the den and find these people and hopefully rescue both mother and father of Ressig. You met a hill giant butcher and its
Oh.
Otiug pet.
Before that happened,
to me.
whilst looting Ga's fat ass body, the cart
Yes.
that she was on underneath her collapsed, crushing Merc, I believe,
Adelaide.
Yeah.
Crushed Adelaide.
Adelaide in the process, and fell through the floor, which is how we made our descent, by jumping down onto her fat ass body into the middle of a pig pen.
Yes. You sent it after her body. After you sent, this is where the invisible stalker came back in.
Hell
Pulled
yes.
him from the bag and sent him before you. You heard the telltales of battle, and then, like a fucking Black Ops team, you rappelled down into this pig pen where you met the hill giant butcher and his Odiug pet. You dealt with all types of pigs running here and there, knocking you over, threatening to trample you while fighting this creature who had tentacles and mouths. And once again, you were successful, but because Ga had fallen to the floor, she had weakened the stability of the den, and cracks had started to form then and there. You found the prisoners in cages and freed them, but none of them were who Ressig was looking for. So the halfling fighter pushed forward, calling out for his parents, followed by Barris and Merc. While Zurag, Adelaide, and Millie tended to the prisoners, the other three went through tunnels, calling out the names, searching for any other prisoners, but unknowingly awakening two sleeping hill giants who attacked them. Unable to come back, one half of the party flees outside, being chased by hill giants, while the other party attempts to get these.
Merc spent an inspiration point here, and what did he restore? His lay on hands,
Yes. Yep.
which he used to get people up multiple times on the run out.
Oh, absolutely. And while you guys were doing this, having rocks and shit flung at you on the way out, Millie, Zurag, and Adelaide were trying to get all these prisoners out before the dam collapsed. But alas, they were not able to, and the water came rushing forward, even with Millie doing her best to freeze the cracks with her magic. And they were washed away down this.
Honestly, one of my favorite sessions we've had to date.
It was a great session. I'm pretty fond of it myself. But a skill challenge ensued as you attempted to navigate this torrent of rushing water, logs, and bodies, and prisoners that needed help. You guys were thrashed against the logs, rapids of water, all the while trying to gather all these people up, get them onto a makeshift raft, and get yourself to safety. During this, there was a moment where two young children were thrust into this rapid, and without thinking, Millie leaps forward to grab both of them, successfully doing so, holding onto them while logs and other debris smacking into her, doing damage, threatening to take her down as well. Zurag, surfing on a makeshift raft, was able to lend a helping hand, grab everybody out there, while Adelaide searched for a point of egress and was able to get a rope over to safety, chugging down a potion of strength, pulling the raft over to safety, where you guys watched as just this rushing river separated you and presumably the rest of your party, who laid unaccounted for. While this was happening, Merc, Ressig, and Barris were fleeing for their lives as these two hill giants, escaping their collapsing den, continued to assault them with rocks and cows. Every time somebody went down, Merc picked them up with some lay on hands, but eventually, one by one, each of you fell.
Yeah, that's where Adelaide used her 3 inspiration points to pull from the deck of inspiration. And I don't remember what cards I got, but I remember the help action was one of them, which helped to pull the raft. Yeah.
It was definitely a moment of heroism from everybody.
Yeah.
Like,
And
yeah,
that entire fight took what? 3 or 4 sessions?
2.5
Yeah.
sessions
I
just
think
to fight
like
Ga.
5, and then
No.
2 sessions getting out.
There was I have my notes here. Session 21 is where we fought in the outbuilding and got up to the guard tower. Session 22, this is exactly what my notes say for the whole session. Stuff will happen at the top of each round. Most of it we don't know what it is. Big ass fight with all the giants, capital letters. Still fighting. That's the whole fucking session. Session 23. More fighting against Ga's minion. Hill Giant Rune activated 8 more. Giant's Might activated 7 more. That's all. 2 full rounds, 2 full sessions of fighting Ga. And then session 24, still fighting Ga's minions. And then big ass letters, release the invisible stalker. So 2.5 sessions just to fight Ga. So
the things that were happening on the top of each round, I had a D100 list over here that I was rolling on that would either it would change something about what was going on in the encampment, because you guys had triggered the alarm, so people knew you were there. But so things were happening in the background. Some of it actually directly affected you, like those 8 orcs being there. They weren't supposed to be there initially. But I digress. So while the other half of the party was surfing USA, the other half was slowly bleeding out in a field. It was a somber moment, as it seemed the storyline here was about to end for 3 of our players. But I am very much of the mind that death does not have to be permanent, although consequences will be had should you dodge it. And there was a figure that stepped in place or in favor of our dying companions here. A figure that they did not make out or get to see, but heard its voice and heard a statement that said, "You have a role to play in their plans." And you woke up hours later, alive. How? You had no idea. But it was here where you noticed that you were also missing a companion. I believe this is where Barris.
Not until we got
Not
to the
yet.
forest.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Made it
Where
back
is
to-
Just-
Right before we entered the forest, we were in like a kind of a makeshift, like half igloo-like
Yeah.
thing. You dug into the ground, and then we were fighting.
Okay. You're right. You're right.
Because we made it back to Belliard and then left Belliard.
You're right. You're right. Scratch that. You had all three of you, but something was wrong. I mean, your body ached from a battle as it should. You still felt the effects, but like, even though you drew breath, it's as if they weren't yours to breathe. And you slowly made your way back to Belliard, and that's where the party once again reconvened. And a breath of relief as what had presumably had been the other dead half joined back and were welcomed at Belliard with cheers as you had won the battle over the hill giants. You guys spent, I think you just spent like the next day just really just recuperating and, you know, going over what had happened.
We only spent an entire day trying to figure out what was wrong with the three of them.
Correct.
And then Adelaide and I worked together to do like a divination thing to see what our next move should be. I think it was augury at the time, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I got pissed, ran around town. Can't
Yeah.
do a fucking thing.
Yeah. But ultimately, it was discovered that Ressig and Merc and Varys were dying. They were right before your eyes, kind of just withering away. They were gaining exhaustion, like rapidly, and without some intervention, they were surely going to die. You had heard of a strong gathering of druids in the Shadowtop Cathedral, where you had originally learned that two halflings that looked similar to Ressig were heading, before you learned that they had been captured by the hill giants. You could bring them there, or you could chase a dream in which somebody had told you about a dryad spring somewhere in the high forest to the east of Belliard, where the waters had a rejuvenational effect. Is that the right word? I don't know.
Restorative?
Restorative might work better. Yes, a restorative effect. So, Adelaide and Millie tag teamed an augury, and
Actually, it
with
was divination because we needed the 7-day window.
okay,
Sorry, I was wrong.
no, you're good. You're good. This happened a long time ago. So you guys questioned the fate, the universe. What should we do? Where should we go? If we do this, you know, will they survive? And I think ultimately you were pointed towards Shadowtop, but decided to go against this divination in favor of a more
I think we found out about the dream after the divination.
Yeah, because we were told that
Yep.
if we went to Shadowtop Cathedral, their bodies would die, but their spirits would live on. And then
Plus, we were
woke-
running low on time.
So when we came down for to leave, that's when the barkeeper, or the inn owner, told us about his dream. Figured we'd take the chance on it.
I think what we'd end up deciding to do is we'll go to Shadowtop by way of into the High Forest and up instead of around, just in case maybe we find something.
Yeah. So you guys set off east from Beliard, traveling towards the High Forest, where you found you had to make camp for the night, as it was going to take you a couple days travel. And that is where you guys were beset upon by some ice shield orcs. They had stumbled upon your camp in the night, but because of your watch, you guys were not taken by surprise and were able to fend off these orcs. That is where Barris goes, right? That's where the Yeti comes against Barris?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we camped outside the forest before we went in.
Yeah. So Barris, his player, left us, and his player character was absconded with by the Yeti. Bringing our party down to 5. And they traveled into the High Forest, where they once again fought some more orcs. And while they were fighting these orcs, they were also beset upon by some treants, who seemed to mistake Zurag for one of the orcs due to his half-orcish blood. As they knocked out the party and grabbed those who did not seem to be orcish, they left those of orcish blood to die.
The third and fourth time Millie were kidnapped.
Yes.
Once into the darkness, and then once by a tree.
Yes. Oh, yes. I should not forget to mention our recurring orcish orcish person who loved to cast darkness on you guys, attack you through the darkness, and is still alive currently in our campaign. You've fought them twice now.
You can think of it as the Team Fortress meme where it's I fear no man. And then it's that orc in the darkness, but that thing.
Yes, exactly. But it was here where our party was separated, where Zurag was separated from the party. And I narrated a giant bear carry him off, sensing that he was still breathing and not fully orcish. And the treants brought the majority of the party to this Dryad Spring. You look like you wanted to say something there, Ubley.
Yes, your mic just. You sound like Vader right now, like real Vader.
Mine
Yeah.
sounded fine.
Yeah, mine sounded good.
I can't help that Discord's a piece of shit.
Sounded fine to me.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
hear that.
Maybe it was on your guys' end this time?
Yeah, I don't know.
Video. Anyway,
Do I sound okay now? Is my voice buttery?
you're good.
Buttery.
Okay.
Like velvet.
Like butter. Never. I've never
Butter
noticed.
jelly, the long.
The long way. Either way. So Adelaide, Millie, Merc, and Ressig were brought before this Dryad. And as they came to consciousness, they found themselves in wooden cages, but at the base of this wonderful spring, where winter has been encompassing most of our adventure thus far up to this point. This seemed to be an area that was just in perpetual spring. It seemed warmer, even though bits of snow seemed to fall through the air. And running from the base of this tree was a flowing spring of water that pooled around in small pools all around. You guys learned that the Dryads and the Treants had become angry because the orcs were in their forests and bringing violence. And the reason why these orcs were in here was because a band of Uthgardt warriors had made camp inside of their forest using their trees as lumber for their battlements. This Uthgardt encampment was where Zurag found himself awakening, seeing members of his old tribe. Zurag being an Uthgardt warrior himself of the Grey Wolf tribe. He saw people injured, elderly, young, of all types, and all different under different banners. Blue bears, gray wolves, the others. It seemed
Many more.
There's so many. They're hard to remember off the top of my head. But it was here where he had found himself in the middle of like a refugee camp. And it was here where he learned that Ragnar Stormcaller, the leader of his old tribe, had been corrupted by a witch of some sort and had brought in all the tribes together under one banner, and those who did not bend the knee in fealty to him were slaughtered, and those who had escaped that fate were being chased. Not only that, but it seemed like that the Uthgardt and the Orcish tribes were now working together in a tenuous alliance that went against everything that the tribes once stood for. Zurag was asked to join with this refugee band to stand against his old tribe leader and to bring him down and restore the tribes back to what they once were. Meanwhile, the rest of the party pleaded with this Dryad, who seemed hell-bent on destroying the Uthgardt themselves because they brought violence with them in the form of these orcs parading through their forest. You essentially swore an oath to this Dryad to remove the Uthgardt and the orcs, but only if they could assist you in the matter at hand, and that was Ressig and Merc's quickly decaying bodies.
Millie name dropped the treant that we met in Golden Fields.
You did. Lifferloss.
I think it was an awakened tree, not a treant. But
Yeah, it was Awakened Tree.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Awakened tree.
All
Yeah,
trees look the same.
Racist. Treeist. I don't
Arborist.
Arborist. That's what you are when you take care of trees. Either way, you connected, Millie. You did. They sensed the healing spirit within you, and they could tell that there was good amongst you all as a whole. But they did not want violence to persist in their forest. So they offered, they didn't offer, but they agreed to help you with your current curse in the form of a reincarnation spell. Whereas Ressig and Merc would shed their mortal flesh as they once were, and they would bond with a spirit who had thus passed on time before. So you guys entered into the pool of water. It was here where a ritual commenced, where Adelaide and Millie offered help in the form of arcane as well as primal magic, assisting this Dryad. And assistance is something that she needed because during this, the pool started to swell black, and there seemed to be a type of corruption seeping out through the vines that were beginning to wrap around Merc and Ressig in response to this curse that had taken hold of them. It was very harrowing, But at the end, the ritual was a success. Merc arose from the waters, no longer a Duragar, but a black dragonborn. And Ressig, probably in the most shocking change, rose not only as a not as a halfling, but as a wood elf, and not even as a man, but as a woman.
I will say that was his own fault. He did not have to roll to see that.
He did not, but
Hey,
I love that you went with it.
hey, Merc rolled first. So
Yep.
I was like, I will flip a coin here. Let's see what happens.
Yep. So I figured I would follow suit.
And the odds were quite literally 50-50.
Yep.
They were. So Merc gained a tail and Ressig lost one. And as
boy.
they emerged anew, this figure with a familiar voice to Ressig and Merc, who they had heard kind of in the back of their subconscious as they were going unconscious, appeared and took the flesh from their body and formed a solid one for him. As this was granted, it seemed that some memory or some information struck in his head, and he left with ominous warnings floating on the wind after him.
I don't think
Meanwhile-
anything. I don't think we have to worry about that. I think we're fine.
Not
Mhm.
at all. Not at all.
Right.
Uh,
I
you
recall
would
a vision
believe
that
somehow
happened
something
shortly
happened.
thereafter, actually, I believe at the end of that session, in which this random figure found a rather familiar looking female version of Halfling in a school somewhere.
a figure found a
A figure
similar
that
looking
looked,
female halfling.
yeah, a figure that looked surprisingly like Ressig.
Yep. Who
Yeah,
could that
Ressig
be?
was.
And his
It was
twin
Ressig.
sister.
Who could that be?
Oh, I don't know.
That still remains to be seen too.
Now you guys are fraternal.
But from there, following up on their oaths, the party set out to try to find Zurag after some of the treants had done scouting and led the way where you could go. Over in the encampment, Zurag believed that he'd be much more helpful if his party was with him. It spoke of this with Kara Bearclaw, the leader of the encampment, and the refugees, and told them that they had been separated, and that if they could find where they were separated at, they could probably find where they went. So Zurag, as well as a couple other of the Uthgard warriors and trackers, left the encampment, and our two forces traveled towards each other.
Before he left, though, this is where the DM made his biggest mistake and gave me
Yes,
the axe.
yes. Let's not forget this. So, in the travels, I believe on a random encounter roll, you guys came across some orcs that were terrorizing a small farmstead.
Halfling community, I believe it was.
Yes,
gnomes.
yes. It was.
Gnomes.
I think it was gnomes, who were also like hanging out with other orcs who were like, I don't want to fight. I just want to farm and raise my family. But these orcs were terrorizing them and had taken over their farmstead. So you guys offered to help. You fight them, defeat them. I give Zurag a great sword, an orcish great sword that as long as it is held by somebody with orcish blood. It does 2 damage dice instead of 1. It might have been a long sword. I don't remember.
was a long
But yeah, it was a long sword. But I was like, if you find someone who can transfer this property to your great axe, I will allow it. And here's where he found somebody who could transfer that property to his great axe. So this is where I made my greatest mistake, and gave Zurag this insane weapon. But with this new weapon and some new friends in tow, he traveled into the forest to try to find this party. And eventually, you guys meet up. But it wasn't until then that you guys were your reunion was cut short, or interrupted rather, as you were attacked by a number of orcs led by our good old I think he was an orc fang of forgot the whole title, but the one that cast darkness on you. That was a fun fight. I think that was one of my favorite fights, because we got to see the other Uthgarts fighting together, and it was quite a scene to see everybody kind of coalescing and fighting.
I did not manage to get my paladin killed, so I could not get her
Red
plate mail.
Fang of Shargas.
Yes. You guys dealt with there was a lot of orcs that attacked you guys. It was a pretty heavy battle, and only one of them got away, my Red Fang. After that, you guys were introduced to the Uthgard, and Zurag had told you of their plight, and you guys told them, well, we're sorry to hear that, but we're here to serve you eviction papers.
The Dryad said, "Get the fuck off my lawn."
Yes.
There was no please.
Yeah. So from here, you traveled back with the Uthgard to their encampment to give them the bad news. On the way, you heard warning bells ringing off in the distance. And it was here where we cut away from that party, and you guys manned a group of Uthgard warriors inside the encampment and fought through a siege. You held your own against wave after wave of orcs, which eventually culminated into a gigantic armored rhinoceros plowing through the gates, but was brought down quite easily by you guys before it completely devastated the entire camp.
Because I got to play a paladin that was not merc, so naturally, this is when I got my first critical hit as a paladin.
Yeah,
The
you're doing
entire
great.
game!
You're doing great.
I would
Yeah.
not get one for 8 months later, guys! 8 months!
Jesus.
Wasn't we were in that saving the farm?
It was last session that I got a natural 20
Adelaide
without
rode a
forcing it
dinosaur,
somehow.
and then jumped off that dinosaur, turned into a dinosaur. So one of the units got plowed by a dinosaur, and then again.
Yep. Yeah. You guys managed to not only defeat these waves of orcs and their Ironhide Ravager, but you actually are able to keep the Ironhide Ravager for yourself, adding it to the ranks of the Uthgard warriors to now have as their own siege machine.
Oh, I'm jumping ahead, but this Ironhide Ravager is currently in Noanar's hold. If nobody's ever thought of that.
Nothing's wrong with that.
Uh,
It's probably keeping Ifran honest.
We'll get there.
It's a beast. I'm not gonna say. I wouldn't think that, but continue.
No. So after this fight, and after the repairs were being done, the original party shows up, and hands over the eviction papers to Kara Bearclaw. They're were saddened by this news, as they were trying to keep people alive, elderly, wounded, sickened, young. They had a handful of warriors, but not much else to go on, and they were being chased by their own kind as well as the orcs, and now being run out of any type of defensible area that they had by the dryads. So Kara decides, I'm not going to continue running. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die fighting. And if we have to leave here, then we are going to march our way to Raven Rock, where Ragnar Stormcaller and the rest of the Uthgardt warriors had built a gigantic encampment, and they were going to fight to the death. You guys persuaded them to give you some time, find allies to rally to their cause, and don't foolishly rush towards your death with what little you have, but try to amass a force that could at least contend with Ragnar's forces. Using the maps and calculating distance and time of travel and what you guys needed to do on your way, you were given a month. A month is what it would take for them to get to where they needed to go, and for you guys to do what you need to do and meet them there, hopefully with ally in tow. And it is, the next day is where you separated from them, and the two groups diverted. Uthgardt refugees heading towards the northwest, towards the spine of the world. You guys heading north, trying to make your way to Shadowtop Cathedral and Silver Moon. On your travels through the High Forest, through the north, you guys found groups of kobolds who were chipping away at some ice, trying to find something sparkly in a frozen lake. And they disturbed a sleeping frost salamander. You guys fought the frost salamander and some of these kobolds until Merc was able to kind of persuade some of them to join your ranks a bit. But there was very short employment, as a very, very imposing figure made their presence known in the form of an ancient red worm. Who was it, Merc? Who showed their face?
It was Inferno of the Star Mounts. Guys, did you know that these region is where Inferno of the Star Mounts lives? Right here?
Yes.
That guy! One of the
And-
deadliest dragons in all of Faerun.
We can take him. I
He
can't hit
showed-
anything that flies, but I can take him.
He appeared, landing down, his impressive size, blasting back snow drifts and trees and a party who were luckily covered by all the debris and not noticed as he took the salamander's freshly made corpse for food, but not before Millie was able to exact the diamond that was implanted in his forehead.
It was Zurag that ripped it from his head, and then gave it to Millie.
Yes.
Something that I had been waiting for forever.
He knew he was gonna need it in the next couple of sessions. That's all.
Yep. How fitting
He
for you
went
to
to
say
Jared.
that.
And not before, unfortunately, we lost a very important party member. R.I.P. Scuttles.
Oh, Scuttles.
Scuttles!
Scuttles.
Mercs Merc's what was her? Steeder?
Steeder.
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 Yeah.
Yep.
For all the way from the Underdark, his last companion, his last remainder of his dwarven identity, taken before his time.
Dead.
But it
That-
would-
Merely to use the diamond.
He did.
Scuttles. He did. Scuttles, mind you, kicked butt and took names.
Scuttles is known to have
did.
done quite possibly more damage than Merc has ever done.
That's possibly true. Well, mourning the death of Scuttles, you guys decided to make your way a little bit west and put as much distance between you and the Star Mounts as possible. Started headed northwest towards Noanar's Hold, a place that some of you had information about its whereabouts. In this information, you knew that it was kind of considered a haunted town, lorded over by 5 undead hunt lords. These hunt lords, yes, these hunt lords you met in the night as you guys were camping. They were on one of their hunts and discovered you and fought you to see if you were worthy prey. You guys, I'm not gonna say kicked their ass. You were victorious after a bit, but it was not without its own perils. And as you guys dispatched them and their steeds, they dispersed. And you guys were free to sleep the rest of the night, where you continued on the next day and finally made your way into Noanar's Hold. Narnar's Hold. It was here where you found the rumors were true. It was a rather dull and grayish area. People in it seemed to be on edge. And another, just kind of like Womford, when night fell, nobody wished to be outside. You guys spoke with some of the citizens. Most importantly, a really drunk guy that hit on Rustic, now in their female elven form, and asked her if she liked pocket chickens.
Rabbits.
Rabbits.
Pocket rabbits, yeah, pocket rabbits. And learned some information about the hunt lords which a lot of people would used to come here and take parts of these hunts. And at first it started as just hunts for wild game out in the forest, but eventually became sort of a deadliest game type of scenario. These hunt lords persisted on this hunt even after their deaths, still kind of lording over the keep that looked over the town. You were warned to stay inside at night lest you would take part of the hunt, and you could either be prey or hunter. And you waited until nightfall to sneak into the keep. As you broke in, you found a strange dwarven man who is now called Jeeves. He had a name. You snuck in using some wild shape, and
Amrath.
Amrath was his name, but thus has been forgotten.
Call me Tim.
Some call me Tim.
Don't forget, Merc hit every single trap.
Every last fucking trap.
Yeah. So Adelaide snuck in, turning into a bug to squeeze under the door, where she was stepped on by at the current time Amrath, and startled by the appearance of of another dwarf ran into the keep, but not before Adelaide cast Reduced on him, shrinking him down to a little dude. He ran inside, slammed the door shut, and presumably hit a switch and hid somewhere. Adelaide opened the door for everybody to come in, and you guys moved through the keep with Merc hitting every single trap that was there.
I put Jeeves through it.
You guys decided not to go into the room where the gelatinous cube was hiding, to my chagrin. But
I
decided
have
to push.
regrets. The trap missed is a trap not explored. I'm sorry.
Yep. But you went through exploding gas, falling pit traps,
A revenant.
and a revenant, and eventually made your way into the dining hall where 5 skeletal corpses sat adorned around the table. As you poked and prodded them to try to figure out exactly how long they'd been there and what was the cause of death, their bodies reanimated, and the Hunt Lords presented themselves once again, and a second fight with them ensued. During this fight, they gathered a growing hatred for Ressig and their shit talk.
Seems to be a recurring theme.
Sure does.
And Millie
But,
got up for the 5th time. This time
yes,
with a
yes.
Bear rug.
by a bear rug. Yes, yeah. You walked over to where this rug was and found out that it was a living rug, and it wrapped around you, threatening to suffocate you. But I think, would you Misty step out of there?
I almost Misty stepped out of there. I think it was Merc or Zureg or Ressig that came by and started like pulling the bear rug off.
I think that might have been
Till
Merc.
we rolled for it.
I feel like it was Merc, yeah.
I think it was Merc. But yeah.
Somebody saved you.
Merc very casually saves Millie a lot, it seems.
There was a lot of it was a lot of like akin to like flipping a light switch on and off as like the torches were lit so you guys could see. The torch would be thrown and then the torch would be snuffed out only for another torch to be lit. That happened like 2 or 3 times.
That was Merc every time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I lit one with a firebolt.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yep.
Merc was the one trying to keep the light alive. The whole fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Paladin of Bane, everybody.
Who
Yeah.
Keeping the
cannot
light
see in
alive.
the dark. Who went from
Yeah,
having
yeah,
the
I
best
mean-
dark vision to none.
Yep. But ultimately, you guys were able to quell the Hunt Lords once again, and in return, they had offered you a choice. You could, receive their boons and become a Hunt Lord. Take their spot, or you could claim the treasure that laid beneath the keep.
We chose both.
And you chose both. I don't know if you signed the document then and there, but you eventually signed a document.
It was after we went down to the basement.
Okay, so from there you went down to the basement. You found in this room this gigantic hole that delved hundreds of feet beneath the keep. And you were told that something guarded this treasure and that you would have to defeat it in order to claim the treasure. They gave you the key to the chest that existed down there, and they sent you on your way with very little information as you guys delved down into this area where you found a graveyard of bones of all different types of animals and humanoids laid scattered about.
Knee deep muck.
And knee-deep muck.
We'll talk about the muck here soon.
Yes, we will. Yes, your
Merc's
best
finest moment.
Yes.
Remember
So-
earlier, chat? I told you Merc peaked.
Yeah. Yeah, he had peaked and this was a rapid fall. A rapid descent. As you guys were set upon by a monstrosity of flesh and writhing heads and limbs.
Merc
We were
looked to
running
his
kinda low on
party
everything, too.
very confidently, slung the gavel of the Ven Ruin over his shoulder, walked into this room and slipped and fell, then stood up, confidently thinking that can happen a second time, but he was wrong. That would happen 9 more times.
Until
Yes.
Millie took pity and started clearing the way for him.
At one point in
Yes.
time, he also rode on Adelaide the dinosaur, the flying dinosaur,
Yes.
I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, because she also took pity on him.
It took the entire backline of the party taking pity on the paladin for the paladin to move. By that time, Zurag had decided he didn't need no help for this fight.
Sig was up there.
Yeah.
He helped. She
Yeah.
helped.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
believe
wrestling
at one
helped.
point in time somebody got swallowed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Merc.
I know Zurag was
I did. Yes.
Oh, Zurag.
Zurag
okay.
was Zurag was being munched on because this thing kept out of range for a while. The only reason why Ressig was able to hit it is because of their giant form, being able to swell up and actually get some hits on every time it kind of lowered down to be able to do anything. But that was not before Millie cast haste on both of you, and this thing used control person to paralyze her, thus rendering you guys useless for a round.
And then another one
Yes.
hatched from the ceiling and kidnapped Millie for the 6th time.
Yes, yes. This was the offspring of this creature. Another younger but still a rather imposing amalgamation of heads and claws that landed from the ceiling right next to Millie, and threatened to just murder her. It was like 5 heads attacking you at one time. Insanity. But through teamwork and some shitty die rolls on my end and some better rolls on your end, the 4 of you were able to defeat this creature, and Merc helped a little.
I think Mark was the one that got me unkidnapped.
I think Merc also successfully hit a stalactite
Yep.
for
That was-
like 7 damage.
He that was his help. That he hit one time. It was a rock. It did not break.
Horrible. Don't worry, guys. It gets better for Merc real
Does it
soon.
though? Does it?
No,
Okay.
no, it didn't.
Oh, arguably it got far worse.
Yes, far worse.
Merc,
So
covered in slime, thought, things can't get any worse.
Yes.
And God whispered, "Oh, you dumb bitch."
Trying to-
Oh man. So after this insane fight, when you guys claim victory, you gather the treasure from within the belly of this beast and bring it back up to inside the keep, where you then sign over the deed into your names, taking on your titles as Hunt Lords. The 5 previous Hunt Lords, their spirits dispersed, and they left you with Amrath, which you negotiated in his contract to be called Jeeves. He tried to eat some of Jeeves' spider legs. He wasn't having it. And decided that your first action as Hunt Lords was to command him to take a bath.
I think we told him to clean the keep first, and then
Oh,
take a
yeah.
bath. Because
Yes,
because it would have been dumb to take a bath and then clean all the filth.
you're right. You're right. You're right. So, as Hunt Lords, you went out to inform the town that they were under new management. Things were gonna change. You set out forming a committee, only finding that some of your committee members were less than favorable, including the Pocket Rabbit guy.
Oh, I don't even remember his name. Let me find it.
Was it a committee member that Millie assisted the family with, or was that just a random citizen?
That was just a random citizen. As you were going through town trying to find some stuff, you had knocked on the door of a home, hoping to buy some equipment, only to find that there was a birth happening, and the doctor was nowhere to be seen. So Millie stepped in, using her experience of healing and running, just like medical stuff back with her parents, and delivered a child, a healthy baby girl, which was then named after you.
Little Millie.
Little Millie.
I also think this is where, during this day, Merc finally revealed to the players, not to the party necessarily, because they didn't know yet, but he mentioned that he worked for the Zentarum.
No, I think it was the day
Yes.
after that, right? Because it wasn't until
No.
after we met.
No, it was during that day he went to talk to the barkeep.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Well, that's the day Chug revealed it to everybody, but Merc
Yeah.
didn't reveal it until I believe after what's his name showed up.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
So
the,
as the players, you guys knew that, but characters did not.
Yeah.
All the players looked at Chugman a little cross.
Yes, because up to this point we've had such great run-ins with the Zentarum. Yeah, you guys spend, I believe, a couple of days, like, just kind of being Hunt Lords.
Went to the town next door. Arrested, scared, a poor old man.
Yes, rest.
That was later. That was when we went to the neighboring town.
Yep.
But before we did that, we gave the townspeople some money to fix their shit and
Yes.
helped rebuild
Yes.
some stuff.
You immediately invested in the infrastructure of Narnar's hold. And then a couple of you journeyed over to Calling Horns to hopefully buy some much needed incense and other supplies. And left behind Zurag and Adelaide to keep up the goings-ons in town. Most importantly, the cleaning of the keep, over which Zurag and Jeeves bonded and started their bromance.
Let's not forget all the bone collecting.
Over
to
not
get-
taking baths.
Yeah,
Tried to get my boy laid.
One,
Adelaide spent most of her time down in the hold collecting all her bones, because early on in the campaign I had told her, you gather up 1,000 bones and I will let you summon something pretty cool. So with a whole basement full of bones at her disposal, on top of what she had already collected throughout the fights that were going through, she had plenty of work ahead of her. But this here would have brought her to the bones she needed, and a ritual awaited her from there. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Meanwhile, over in Calling Horns, you met a rather woman forward, like sheriff, who had taken a liking to you, especially after you exposed one of her employees of skimming off the top and extorting some of the farmers in the area. She welcomed you in warmly and spent the night kind of drinking and discussing and talking with you guys. And she had told you that there was more ruckus than usual coming down from the Evermoors to the north, a swampish area where trolls and the like seem to like to frequent. You told her of your other party members back in Nornar's Hold. Everybody up to this point that you told that you were coming from there were rather flabbergasted, as they have not met anybody from there, because usually the people who live there stay there and people don't go to visit. But hearing that you guys were now the Hunt Lords, she was heavily considering opening up trade route between the two towns. You guys spent the night there, and during the night your rest was interrupted by two trolls attempting to steal some horses. You guys were able to fend them off, killing them, saving the horses. And I think this is where we met Bluey.
Yes,
Right?
I believe this is the first Bluey death. No, this is the second Bluey death.
Second
because
Bluey
after
death.
Scuttles died, Merc summoned a drake, a blue drake, who he immediately named Beauregard, or Bluey for short. Beauregard would molly troll some, doing more damage than Merc did that fight, which is a running theme of every Merc's fine steeds do more damage than Merc before they die. So this would be the death of Beauregard the Second?
Yeah, I think so.
That was red.
That was red, yes.
Yeah,
Beauregard
that
the
was
Second
red.
is red. Beauregard the Third would be a white drake.
Yeah,
would-
yeah. The first
Spoiler
Bluey,
alert, doesn't make it.
the first Bluey you had
To
let
the
run
next
amok
four.
in
Yep,
Nonar's Hold.
Yeah.
he did not survive the night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You sent him off into the high forest to go hunting, and he never came back.
Never came back. We're on like what, Beauregard the 7th now?
I think
I
he
think
died
Seven
last.
just died.
We're on the 7th.
No,
The
I think
6th just
Seven
died.
just died.
We're on the 7th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But you guys, won more favor with Calling Horns. You did some shopping, not getting what exactly you need, but you were able to commission some stuff from a blacksmith, and he had stated that it would take a day, and you guys could pick it up the following day. But you were like, well, we'll go grab our party, and we'll come back, and we'll see if we can't deal with what's going on in the Evermoors here for you. And you left. And on your way back, while the other two were hanging out at the top of the keep, a caravan of sorts moved in from the wilderness. And it was here where Adelaide realized or recognized the colors and the sigil of Ifran Talroa, the Zentrum mob boss of which she had wronged in her past and was fleeing from. It seemed that past had finally caught up to her. She immediately delved into the depths of the keep to keep herself from being recognized, telling Zurag that she's just gonna be down below. You haven't seen me. And Zurag set off to see what was going on, meeting Ifrin himself at the bar as the caravan pulled into town. Introducing himself as a hunt lord, Zurag and Ifran, a lizard folk beast master, had a pretty calm discussion. Ifran had offered to set up a pop-up coliseum of sorts to bring some joy into the town. And Zurag had mentioned that it sounded good, but he would need to confer with the other hunt lords. Ifran accepted and was given permission by Zurag to set up camp outside of town. While they were setting up camp and the other two were heading back, the other three were heading back, they were set upon by some crag cats and killed a couple and were able to bring back one as a hesitant pet. Here now back together, the hunt lords discussed who was in town. And Adelaide spilled the beans about her past dealing with Ifran. And would very much so like them to not be here. But the four of you decided that a discussion could be had with Ifran. He wanted to do something for the town, and maybe a morale boost would be just what the town needed. Maybe get some coin flowing. So you made your way over to the encampment of the Beast Tamer, moving through multiple rows of tents of these lizard folk, and one familiar looking woman who you guys recognize as being part of the Seven Snakes back in Nightstone. You entered into the main tent and found yourself face to face with Ifran Talroa, who was pleased to meet the other hunt lords, but he was confused as he was told there was 5, and there was only 4 of you standing before him. You told him that the other one was away in the neighboring town on business and would not be able to join, but you were able to have the conversation as the majority of you guys were here. Ifran spoke of the pop-up coliseum, which the townsfolk could join and participate to their heart's desire, thus betting any amount of money they wanted if they wished to, or just watching any of the spectacles that were to be had.
But there was no debts allowed. We could not
Yes.
have debts.
Yes, there was no debts. Restig was very adamant about there being no debts, almost to the point that it seemed like he was trying to make sure that no debts even covered past debts. Something that Ifran saw through, especially with Restig's brand of negotiation, of antagonizing people.
He doesn't quite get the carrot versus stick argument.
Yeah.
He's all stick.
I have a stick, and then I can hold in my other hand a second stick.
Exactly.
It was during this conversation that it was revealed that Merc is a Zentarum agent.
What the fuck?
And it was revealed in a way that Merc was hoping that he would get some sway with Ifran here. And Ifran took that as more as okay, you essentially work for me. And he stated right in front of everybody that he was looking for a dwarven druid and described Adelaide and tasked Merc to bring her to him. You
I
guys.
believe you said this in Draconic, actually.
Yeah, we didn't hear it.
Yeah. Yep. But the task was accepted. And you guys left there with some strained agreements as to what was going on. But you left and returned back to the keep where Adelaide waited. You told her of your discussion, and you tried to figure out what you were going to do to proceed. During the group talks, Adelaide excuses herself to get some fresh air. And as she ascends the pulley system and out of the keep, it dawns upon you that, wait a minute, she doesn't smoke.
And I don't think the town has any milk either.
Yeah.
She said she was going for milk and cigarettes.
And you imagine that something is afoot. So the race to get out of this hole commences.
They were in the
First
basement.
yes, you were in the basement, the bone hole, as I was calling it at that point.
Because that's such a great name.
I mean, it's better than what is it? Flesh rift or whatever you had.
Meat Fisher.
Meat
Fisher. Yeah, I'd rather be in a bone hole. But as you guys work the shaft of the bone hole, trying to get up, the first person to do so was Zurag, rushing, using haste.
And was told by Mark to do so, by the way, to leave everybody there.
Yep, was told.
Didn't
He was
Go
the
get
only
it.
one who could catch her.
Adelaide didn't
Yep.
put the elevator down, so Zurag had
Yep.
to climb up to put the elevator down for the rest of us.
Yep, he sure did. And as Zurag rushed out to catch up with Adelaide, while the rest of you tried to use this makeshift pulley elevator to get up the bone hole, he was attacked by the crag cat, its eyes glowing yellow, and seemingly under the sway of somebody else. Kind of ignoring this crag cat, scratching and biting him, Zurag continued to run forward while the rest of you struggled getting up the bone hole, with the elevator eventually snapping and falling down to the ground, leaving Merc hundreds of feet below.
Well, first Merc assisted Zurag's journey by walking back and forth,
Yes.
slipping in the goop
Slipping
for
in the goop,
the 8th time.
hitting your knee
and
on a rock,
knee
attacking
on a
said
rock.
rock.
Getting hit again. Meanwhile, Ressig and Millie are on the elevator when the elevator then starts to break. And Misty steps up, and Ressig manages to get the rest of the way. Well, Millie was just dangling there, and Jeeves had to pick her up.
I think
Yeah.
Merc barely dodged the elevator slamming down next to him,
You sure did.
which was a sign of how his day was going that day.
Yep. Ressig barely managed to get over to the ledge just as the rest of the rope fell. No, wait, no, the rope didn't fall. Restic made it over. The rope fell when when Merc finally got up to the top. Just barely making it over there. And while you guys,
I used an order die for
Yes.
Jeeves to catch somebody.
Yes.
Was it Millie's hand?
yeah,
Jeeves used
Jeeves.
his strong hand.
he did.
Take your strong hand.
While you three struggled getting up to the top of the bone hole and through the keep, Zurag was fighting off this crag cat rushing towards Adelaide, who was intent on just walking into Ifrin Rose encampment and turning herself in, not wanting anybody to get hurt over her mistakes. Zurag eventually catches up, but it's too late. She's already close enough to the encampment, and Ifran himself, along with an entourage of raptors and other lizard folk, show up and demand that Adelaide be released into his custody. There was a tenuous moment between Adelaide and Ifran, a person that he had been searching for quite some time, who had owed him quite a bit of money. And with the resistance shown, there was a fight that broke out. And Zurag was unfortunately forced to face an onslaught of lizard folk and raptors, as well as Ifran attacking him until
And the crag cat.
Adelaide and the crag cat and the crag cat. Can't forget that guy. By himself, fighting against all this onslaught. Adelaide eventually convinces Ifran to stop the fight, that she will come with him. But first, she needs to heal her friend.
This is about the time Millie caught up.
It's about the time Millie, and I
And
believe Resic was right after. But Ifran warned, if you heal him, if you defy me, I will kill you both. Adelaide,
Adelaide
Huh?
responded,
I'll kill him.
"Whatever. I do what I want."
yeah, Adelaide, I don't know you. Where's my purse? Yeah, Adelaide flipped him the bird and healed Zurag, leaving Ifran no choice but to make an example. This fight got even more bloody. Zurag went down, spent his inspiration stacks to get up and completely murder a raptor with a huge set of hits, earning a little bit more ire from Ifran, but also some respect. But eventually,
Went down again, bet half orc ferocity or whatever to
Yes.
back up.
Yep. But eventually, it was too much, and seemingly have made his point. Ifran offered it once again. Adelaide, you were to come with him, and then that would be the end of it. Drop your weapons, everybody. This isn't going your way, and it wasn't. So one by one, you discarded your weapons. All the while, Zurag is surrounded by the remaining raptor and a couple of other lizard folk beast tamers. As Adelaide walks into Ifran's clutches, he grabs her by the back of the neck, starts walking into his encampment, and as he does so, he turns around, looks Zurag in his eyes, and said, "I would have thought you would have gone down swinging," and gave the go-ahead. And we all watched as Zurag was unceremoniously killed. Raptors tearing into him, spears being plunged into him. no health, instantly brought to death saves, instantly brought to dead. As his body fell, Adelaide disappeared inside the encampments with Ifran, who had planted a collar around her neck to keep her from doing any other shenanigan-like activities.
I believe at this time Merc emerged from the keep, ready to talk everybody down from doing anything
This
hasty.
is about this time Merc arrived, ready to be the level-headed one, only to find his companion dead, spears plunged into him. This set something off in Millie. And something broke inside her, and she had to fight to control the anger that was welling up as something quelled her to be destructive, to take revenge, to burn down these lizard folk, to continue this onslaught and kill. But the healing nature that has been prevalent through this entire campaign won this battle. And while Ressig and Merc are dealing with the lizard folks and the other thing and the crag cat,
Which is where Merc
Mil-
got his first crit and got badass points.
yeah, Millie cast Revivify on Zurag, using a big portion of the diamond that you guys had collected from the Frost Salamander. As this happened, angelic wings sprouted from Millie's back, but one side burned to ashes, and a pillar of light encompassed her and Zurag, who, while the fight was going on, was having a bit of a battle of his own in the in-between, where he met a figure that took on the visage of his mother, but clearly was anything but. He walked along the remnants of a battlefield littered with corpses and saw two forms of himself fighting each other. He said he was given a choice to embrace one of these sides. And as the spell took hold, Millie was brought face to face with this person as well, this visage of Zurag's mother, and was warned that meddling with the cycle of life and death comes with heavy consequences. Zurag's choice came in the form of him stepping in between the two forms of him, the Uthgard side, the Orcish side, each of them exhibiting bestial properties and features. And as he stepped in between, there was a huge flash, and he took his breath back on the material plane and was brought back to life by Millie's spell. There was a moment where the party was left not knowing what to do, but it was clear that continuing to fight was not going to happen. Zurag, feeling the effects of being brought back from death, everybody kind of tapped except for Merc, who decided that, okay, I was not in this fight. Ifran had not seen me stand against him. I have some ties with the Zhentarim. Maybe there's something I can do and work out. So he persuaded Ressig, Millie to take Zurag back to the keep, and he went alone to talk with Ifran. You found Ifran sitting in his tent with Adelaide now in a cage across from her long-lost friend Randall, who she had been separated from a long time ago. You were told of the amount of money that Adelaide owed. 20,000 gold, I believe I said.
Which was all of it. All of the
Yeah.
money.
Yes. He stated that if she did not have the money to pay him back, that he would extract the amount from her in the form of his Colosseum. Merc desperately tried to find a workaround, to which your friend spoke of an egg. An egg that belonged to the Sun Tyrant, a great prehistoric dinosaur that existed before, at the time before, and no longer does. Hinting that the party would have to travel backwards in time to retrieve this egg. A feat that would only be possible by entering in through the Temple of the Sun Tyrant, which was in control by the Terraclaw tribe, the tribe that he had once called his own. He agreed that he would release Adelaide into your custody, but had things in place that would prevent her from fleeing. If you were successful in bringing back the egg, her debt would be paid, and she would be free to go, and they would no longer have any dealings with each other. With no choice but to accept, Burke accepted. And with a longing look, left Adelaide to kind of marinate in her cage. During the night, Adelaide, you were able to talk with Randall a bit and found his reception rather cold. He felt defeated, and with your capture, he felt that there was no hope of him ever getting out of here. Merc returns back to the keep and shares the deal. I think that was greeted with mixed emotions. I believe Restig wanted to lead an attack on the camp.
That's not what he had at this point. She had in mind. Just a little bit of sabotage is all.
Ah, yes, fire and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, not an attack.
One suicide charge.
Sneak in, set some shit on fire, sneak out. End story. Nothing big, nothing major.
Yeah, they could never put that. They would never ever figure that out. It would be so crazy of them to think that we would have anything to hate or want to cause fires. I don't think we could roll back and do that. We should do that.
Hey, when you guys get back, you might be able to.
Actually, wasn't that a session idea? Was to do the what if scenario for that?
I don't remember, but maybe.
Might,
The what if
because you
journey.
guys stay on a lot later than we do, so that might have been an after we left sort of discussion that was had when you guys stay up until 3 in the damn morning.
Yeah. Good chatting times.
Ooh, me. But ultimately, you guys decided as a group that your hands were tied and this is what you needed to do. So you took the night to rest, to heal your wounds. And during the night, Zurek has a bit of a fitful sleep where he dreams of the battlefield and the corpses littered about. And as he goes through that bit of a waking nightmare, we cut out to hear a loud bellowing howl. And the next morning, he awakes to his entire room shredded, but feels reinvigorated somehow. Still pained from being dead, but feeling much better than he should. You guys reconvene in the morning and head to Ifran. Tell him that you have accepted his offer and that you will do this job for him. He releases Adelaide, and a lizard folk shaman brings you to the outskirts of town and opens up a portal through one of the trees. You step through it and out the other side into the jungles of Chult. Far, far away from Noanar's hold. Not knowing exactly where you are, you guys talk a little, but most of your conversations are dulled. Adelaide climbs a tree to try to pinpoint where you are or where you need to go, and eventually finds some stacks of smoke rising. So you guys follow that direction, moving laboriously through the thick jungle, sinking into the muck under your heavy armor, feeling the heat bearing down on you as you were dressed for the winter up in Noanar's hold. You continue your way, eventually coming across a camp. A camp that seems all but abandoned. Merc's dragonborn instincts kick in, and he sheds his armor and goes for a swim in the lily pad ridden water around this encampment. And you guys begin to one by one make your way through the water, where you were beset upon by a hydra, one of my favorite creatures. And you fought this hydra, slicing off head here, head there, only to have two more replace those heads that you killed. But you noticed during your fight that this hydra was already injured. And due to those injuries and to the new ones you were inflicting, you were able to take it out. Zurag delivering the final blow, slicing off multiple heads at once, using the DM's bane. That's what I'm calling his axe. And eventually are able to investigate the empty encampment, where you find that those left behind had been killed. The chieftain and some lower lizard folks had had their throats slit, and there was a strange gathering of organs and other gross stuff floating in jars inside of a like a medicine man's tent. You found blackened scales that seemed to be similar to the dragonborn scales and the lizardfolk scales, but seemed to be a little bit different. As you guys were searching all this area, you found a strange mask that as you were looking around the tent, the medicine man's tent, seemed to open an eye in its mouth and look at you before disappearing. Adelaide had walked to the outside of the camp to climb another tree to see if she could find out where in relation you are to what she knew about Schultz. Finding that the trees seemed to part ways some distance away, possibly leading to a trail or a road of some sort. As she descended, it seemed that the Hydra had not wished to lay dormant and began to raise from the dead as a group of undead lizard folk led by a Yuan-Ti soldier, a snake person, descended on the camp. Adelaide struck from the trees while you guys inside the camp fought the Hydra as well as the resurrected, or risen rather, they weren't resurrected, but risen lizardfolk chieftain and the other undead lizardfolk coming into town. You were introduced to another individual, or at least partially introduced by way of a warning as you guys cleared these undead. One of the heads of the Hydra rose up and spoke to Millie, warning that the jungle was theirs and they were not welcome here. Merc finds a ancient black dragon skull and decides that hell or high water, I'm carrying this thing with me, and I will make it into something to benefit me. He's immediately burdened by the weight of it and suffers disadvantage on all checks the entire time he's carrying it.
And still marches through the jungle better than Millie.
Millie decided to
try.
subvert marching by flying with her boots. With the undead and nobody here to talk to, with the undead dealt with and nobody here to talk to, you guys set out again, following Adelaide's directions, moving through the jungle before you finally come to where the gap in the trees are, and do not find a road, and you do not find a small path. Instead, you find a great ravine stretching out across the way, connected only by an old rickety, mossy, covered rope bridge. This was the hardest enemy you guys had faced, as it took multiple discussions on how to approach this bridge. But ultimately, it was all for naught. As Adelaide waited on the other side, having used her wild shape to fly against the heavy winds, waiting on the other side to help people over with a rope. Ressig started their journey, and something big started moving in the jungle behind you, prompting Merc to go next, along with this heavy ass skull.
I couldn't add a pull fast enough, Twitch. I'm sorry. Wait. Oh, damn. I wanted to add a pull. Which option did you think Merc picked? Drop the skull. Walk across the bridge with the skull. Air quotes. This would be really dumb. Or C. Ask somebody to shrink the skull, or find a way to transport the skull in any other way, other than walking across the skull. Again, that would be really dumb to do. Don't worry,
Let's
chat.
Let's also
B's the
not
best
forget
answer.
that Merc did not wait until Ressig crossed this rickety-ass bridge to start his
Nope.
journey.
No. Merc didn't wait for
halfway across.
Ressig
Merc
or
said,
Millie or Zarek.
Yes. Yes. Oh, let's not forget the very funny moment of Millie raising up using her boots, being almost blown like feet away by the heavy winds. Said "fuck it," landed in front of Ressig, hugged them, and swiveled themselves back to solid ground and safety, allowing for Ressig and Merc to go ahead of them while she stood over there with Zurag. So as Ressig is halfway across, already dealing with slippery wood and crumbling footholds, Merc steps 2 feet onto this bridge, carrying this heavy-ass skull, and immediately the ropes snap, and both him and Ressig fall. Ressig, able to grab hold of the ladder, is just swung into the wall on the other side, and uses it as sorry, not a ladder, but uses it as a ladder to climb up, while Merc drops hundreds of feet to the ravine below, and Wile E. Coyotes himself into the ground.
She managed to survive through until the skull he was holding on landed on top of him.
Yep. So now the party, not knowing if Merc is alive or dead, decide, well, I guess we should go down there and check.
Well, Millie and Zurag tried to cross.
Oh yeah. So using a rope that you guys had tied together, which I had behind the screen rolled on your survival checks, rolled really bad. You step off to Tarzan swing over, only to have those knots just disconnect and you begin falling. But using the flying boots, holding on to Zurag, we rolled it kind of like a feather fall situation, and you were starting to slowly drift down. Meanwhile, Adelaide transforms into a pterodon of sorts, grabs Ressig, dives down on the way, grabs Zurag, letting Millie fly down to the bottom. Only for Millie to be swooped on by another pterodon and threatened with another kidnapping. But using spells to ward it off, you were able to descend, unharmed, and you guys found Merc in a perfectly outlined dragonborn-shaped crater, and use some ointment to heal.
Until Millie
So
was able to get over.
you rub some salve on him to heal. Which is
Wax
You
on,
fell
wax off.
300 You fell 300 feet. Here's some icy hot. Make that shit go away.
It's literally, that's the
Feel the
funniest shit
burn.
ever. What is
Waking
it?
Waking up from the icy hot, Merc made sure the skull was okay.
Yeah, is it, what is it's like Vicks, it's vapor rub. It's like that's what like Spanish moms use or something like that. Like it's a Vicks.
Yep. Where I think it
Uh,
was it Adelaide or Ressick that decided they were gonna get rid of the skull for Merc. In which case he threw himself underneath of it and then passed out again.
That was
Oh yeah,
Adelaide
yeah.
in her
Adelaide or
pterodactyl
Pterodon.
form. Picked it up, dropped it, and Merc tried to catch it.
Crushed him, brought him back down to 0. He was healed again, and you guys found yourself at the bottom of this ravine, with a river crossing ahead of you. As you guys kind of took the moment to recuperate, Merc set the skull down on this rock, which then began to move. And when you pulled the skull up, a flail snail attacked, blinded some of the party, but was ultimately handled. And then you guys heard singing coming through the forest.
Oh, yeah,
And up
Ressick's
ahead,
got a piece of
a-
that snail shell too. I forgot.
Sure
about
do.
that.
You sure do. You guys heard singing coming through the jungle, and coming through the brush, you saw a large Loxodon man walking towards the river, leading a Ankylosaurus pulling a very large tortoiseshell-shaped cart. This man introduced himself as Zanu, the Wandering Merchant, and you guys were gifted some special items in return for your sharing of your stories, which were added to the runes that adorned this the shell. After giving your story and getting your items, Zanu realized that you were all very, very worn and tired and needed to rest, and led you to a secret grove where you met a tribe of Chewinga spirits. They debated for a moment, with Zanu leading a discussion in your favor, and welcomed you in. And you guys partook in some dream sap, where you were visited upon by separate visions, and gifted some Chewinga boons. And then you awoke the next day, hungover, and by yourselves in the middle of the jungle. But you realized you weren't by yourselves for long, as you found yourselves at Spear Point. As a bunch of lizard folk warriors surrounded you. This is where you met Ryella, atop of her winged mount, and she demanded to know your reasonings for being here. And you told her you were sent by Ifran. She called him a fool for sending you here for the reasons that you were, but ultimately decided to bring you before her chief. And you guys had bags thrown over your head, your hands tied behind your back, and you were led through the jungle, stumbling over your own feet, until you were finally brought before the Terraclaw tribe chief, Skarn, the Iron Scale. He discussed with you guys why you were there, mainly focusing on Merc because of the scaled similarities. He told him why you were here, and he decided to put you guys to a test. You were thrown in a ring of rocks covered in runes, tossed dull knives smothered with some sort of toxin, and were told to fight. Merc immediately, with no question, started beating the shit out of his own people. Ressick responded back in kind. You fucking what, mate? And the two of them fought, Zurag getting a few blows here and there, as marks appeared above your head, red and green. Meanwhile, Millie did her best to not fight, and Adelaide was also questioning the motives here, declaring to the chief that they didn't want to fight their friends. If they wanted to see how strong you guys were, put you up against something and let you fight as a team. This seemed to have a little bit of a reaction from the crowd. And after some time, you guys realized that the true test was not how strong you were against each other, but how strong you were standing side by side. So you cast down your weapons and, without incident, stepped out of the circle as one. This trial here was the first and immediately led into the second. The entire tribe, along with you, sat at the very long communal table and started to take place in a feast. You were all poured some sort of crimson-like liquid, and you watched as everybody ravenously ate and partook. You were hesitant to do so, some of you more than others, but eventually you all began to partake. And as you drank this drink and ate the food, you found yourselves falling into an unconscious state once again. This time you experienced a shared vision of a gigantic beast sitting before you, laid out on the table. The lizard folk around you ripping off shreds of flesh, chewing and eating it ravenously. As you guys drank more, you realized that as your cups emptied, you were beckoned to offer up a tale of a moment when you had to dig deep and had to truly push past your limits and even sacrifice to be successful. And as you each relinquished a tale, the cups refilled, the liquid began to reach out in strands, reinvigorating the skin of the beast that laid before you on the table, which then rose, standing 30 feet above you, and then tramps off into the jungle. And as it did so, it seemed to pull in this fog with it. And you guys found yourselves no longer standing or sitting around the table, but standing amidst an empty field. Fog rolling around at your feet. The only thing you could see is a wooden pole surrounded by a pool of crystalline water. As you all looked into it, you saw different representations of yourself in the form of masks. You guys added your mask to this pole, and it became solidified and stood amongst a forest of similar totem poles. It was here where you awoke, your second task being completed, and you were sat before the third. Kill Raznazi, the Yuan-Ti shaman who had been terrorizing the other lizardfolk tribes, killing them. Bring his head back to Skarn along with the other artifacts that had been stolen, and you will be gifted a passage to the Sun Tyrant's lair. To do this, you would need to go to the lost city of Omu, a city that had been forsaken by the gods and forgotten by those of Chult, and that were forbidden to be traveled to by the lizard folk. He spoke with Skarn about Ifran, learned that he had given up the old ways, turning his mind towards greed, letting it rule him. You learn that in attempts to try and control the Sun Tyrant, even through its offspring, would result in Ifran's demise, and if the Sun Tyrant saw fit, possibly the world. You got some information about Omu from Raella. Told you a little bit of the backstory of not only the city, but of Rosnazi himself. And then spoke with Saali, the High Seeress, where she had confirmed that Zurag and Millie had stood before a visage of death. We learned some other prophetic information from Zali. And the next day,
We
decided,
had better plans.
after all that, the next day you decided that you guys should do a ritual. Let's bring back some bone thing. We have all our bones. We need to free up some space in our bags of holding. Let's go to into the jungle and do a ritual. Cue the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia music as the gang tries to do a necromantic ritual. And needless to say, it went sideways. You used all the bones that have been collected and added the freshly acquired ancient black dragon skull to the mix, and raised a undead plant dragon who was hijacked by Rosnazi and attacked you all, and was well on its way to murdering everybody until Adelaide went unconscious and the magic that she was holding started to disband. And it was not until Zurag was able to get her out of the summoning circle that this creature fully went down after suffering some huge hits from Burke and Restig alike. After that battle, Restig had had it with the...
Wait. Let's
Yes.
not forget Merc's attempts to bargain with said dragon by offering it up
Yes.
symbols and effigies from the tribe that
Hey,
used to
we
worship.
started out strong. Just because I
Yep.
ended with a Ressig does not mean that we didn't start off good.
The defiled effigies and bringing up thoughts of the murdered worshippers of this dragon.
Yep.
You know, 6 to 1, half dozen to the other.
It went very well, but ultimately you guys came out of there and returned back to the Terraclaw tribe camp, beaten and badly hurt, to lick your wounds, and the next day finally set out at the task at hand. Some travel montage moments later, we had made it to Omu, the Forbidden City. And once you entered into the Forbidden City, you guys found yourselves messing with hallucinogenic blue mist, some deadly vines, as well as some strange plant-like humanoid creatures moving throughout the brush. You move through, deciding not to go through every building, and deciding to make your way down the major points. You find a walled compound that looked like it had just dealt with a recent attack, and where a person in red robes was being torn apart by a pack of dogs. Decided to say fuck that, and kept going. Stumbled upon a temple in which you were like, we'll come back to this, and continued to move forward, skirting around some other old camps, and finding a outdoor coliseum of sorts, in which a terrifying beast known as the King of Feathers lay, or was currently enjoying some food. He was alerted to your presence and decided that you guys looked tasty too. And that battle went the way it did, Millie almost being completely lunchable.
And my 7th kidnapping.
Kidnapped the 7th time. You guys handled that, found a strange helm after looking through some stuff, was unable to identify it, and that kind of brings us currently. I'll do a more recap on that when we do next session, because that'll bring us up to where we were. But I'd like to open it up to you guys to discuss some stuff. I mean, we just went through our entire campaign. Of course, it was Cliff Notes versions, but if there's anything you guys would like to elaborate on, or maybe ask questions about, now's the time to do it. I do want to mention one thing that I did forget, because it's very important, at least to me. When Millie revived Zurag, we had a bit of a after credit scene where across the land that pillar was seen, and there was a figure in knight's armor, glowing red eyes, that looked out and saw this pillar, and the only words they said were no. And that's where we ended that session.
You have a lot of those after credit scenes, because that's where we saw Rastig look-alike approaching his twin sister, and many other fun things. But that one, yeah, I had that in my notes, and what the fuck? What'd you do to
Like
us?
a good after credit scene. Well, I can't tell you what I did to you, but it's just I definitely didn't want to leave that out of my my long recap here, because it's a very important thing to me. I kind of want to know what you guys think, especially you, Shadow.
About that specific thing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very nervous about that, because it was very dramatic, right? You said like, oh, like the light shone through a window in like this like, you know, brick-laid building, and just ever so slightly creeped its way over to the suit of armor, and then when the light hit the armor, it awoke. So I'm feeling like it could be a couple different things, right? It could either be a very bad or very decently good thing, you know? Obviously the no implies bad, but I'm hopeful.
Good. That's good. Yeah, I will not give no hints or anything like that, as we will get to that bridge when we get to it. But definitely like to do these little pepper things in here that us as people and players know, but that the player characters do not know.
First off,
I had to ask the one that's always go ahead.
Oh, I just said great recap.
Yeah.
Oh
Thank
yeah.
Like I said, I give very cliff notes so we can elaborate on things. If you guys have like questions about, things that have happened or anything like that, I definitely will answer them now.
I have to ask the big one. What if we just said, okay, Adelaide's sold her soul back to Ifran. We got Zerag back. We have more pressing matters. She'll just have to figure it out.
Oh, like if you guys just left Adelaide?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then we would have had to have a discussion as a group, as if that was going to be the case. Well, Adelaide would either need to, well, not Adelaide, but Ooplie would either have to be coming up with another character, and we would be discussing who that person is. And then me and Ooplie would have a discussion of what would probably come to pass for Adelaide that the party would not be privy to.
I feel like Merc made the right decision then.
Well, Adelaide was gonna go, and I was ready to bring a different character. Or just say bye to the campaign. But you guys wouldn't let me do any of my shit. So here we are now.
Well, I wouldn't let you say goodbye to the campaign. You would have to bring another character, but I would be very sad because I've done a lot of work for Adelaide's storyline, and you've done a lot of work getting Adelaide to where she's at now. So I would be sad to see that kind of end, but I would also understand like where the party was coming from if that was like the decision. But ultimately, we would all have that conversation together, and yeah.
Merc was really struggling with it, mostly because I think everybody else kind of had like a bad taste of the Zentrum, but to him, they had always done well by him.
Yeah.
So he was struggling with the fact that at the end of the day, part of him could not deny that he thought Ifran had a right. Adelaide did not deny cheating. She was like, "Yeah, I robbed this man." Merc's like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, that was another reason Adelaide was like, and when she heard the name of her friend Randall, she was like, "Yep, that's it. I don't want to deal with like my friends getting hurt anymore." So she just wanted to go and like just end that chapter because Ifrin is not a good guy. The reason Adelaide cheated him was because they were not good people.
So, I was gonna say where it kind of touched. It's interesting because we both wrote our characters like. Obviously, I wasn't even in the campaign when Adelaide wrote her story, and I had no idea Adelaide's story. But it's funny because they intersect in a lot of ways that I wasn't expecting. Like, because the whole thing is Adelaide committed theft. Merc's story starts with his town getting sacked, but I would say his like hardness really started with his brother or his father got murdered and over a loaf of bread afterwards because it was like the town had fallen into disarray. So Merc hates theft. But at the same time, he's like trying to look at it from Adelaide's point of view because he's never seen Adelaide do wrong by him. So,
well, what Adelaide did, what she did with her friend, was to get her townspeople some money because everybody who was betting against these races were not winning. So she wanted to just pretend to be one of the dinosaurs in the race and win the race. So people who bet against different things will win something. So she wasn't really like stealing from him per se. She was trying to do a good thing for the townspeople.
She rigged a race in an already rigged race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To sum it up in as few words as possible, I think is what you're trying
Yeah.
to say.
And yeah, but that's the thing is like because they both don't know like the fine details, so it's interesting. I really do like that intersection of like Adelaide is running from the Zentrum, and her and Merc traveled together for about a month.
Yeah.
Well, 2 weeks, right?
Whatever, give or take.
Yeah, they traveled with each other for about a month, not knowing.
Yeah. And I mean, to a DM and a storyteller, that's a gold mine there, because it's, again, Chug, you had no way of knowing because we hadn't streamed any of that. That had not been really talked about. That was way early in the past where the Zentrum were even hinted about, Adelaide having issues with them. So it's like, I knew as a DM, you coming in, you had that conflict there. But it's like with storytelling, especially in D&D where everybody's like in a party and usually there's just cohesion and stuff like that. It's always nice to have that little bit of stone and gravel to throw in there to muddy up the smooth sails that are usually a D&D party. It's like, well, we're heroes and we're doing this and stuff like that. But it's like when you have that like inner group kind of conflict, it makes for a good story, in my opinion. And I think that's where we got at with this whole thing. I mean, Adelaide making the choice to be like, I don't want anybody else to get hurt, going, and then you guys being who you are, ultimately getting someone hurt, getting someone dead. Hey, it's poetic. And I thought that whole thing was a great time. And I mean, it's brought you guys to where you are here, and I'm liking the whole thing with Merc being like, I fucking hate this quest, Adelaide. And like and Adelaide still being like, this is all because of me, and that was brought back up in the session with the ritual. Adelaide was like, I don't want to do this. Somebody almost died again.
Yep.
And it's like this is all because it's, and I think we're reaching a pretty good like developmental part in our story amongst the characters.
Well, and again, from Merc's perspective on that one in particular, it kind of was the thing him and Adelaide bonded over during their journey, was gathering these bones. He was the one who was always like the first one to kind of help her, because, and this was another of his background notes, was he likes craftsmen. He likes people who make things. Merc is an evil person. He works with the Zentrum and worships Bane. But
Yeah.
he has this deep appreciation for people who make things. He doesn't see that in himself anymore, like the ability to do that. But like he sees, to him, these kids are trying their best. Millie wants to bring life into the world. Adelaide wants to make things. Resic has dreams. Zurich wants to save his tribe. Those are all like people who are trying to save something or make something.
Yeah.
Also, to answer the question, purple, and Merc definitely wears a kilt too.
Restix is red for his favorite color, and was it last session or the session before? He doesn't know about clothes, so he's just been wearing like the most basic ass like pants and shirt, common clothes that he could find. And Millie was told that she could dress them now.
Didn't Millie give you a lesson on wearing a hoop holder?
I think that was
Because it was sweaty.
yes. That happened. But so the question was, what is the character's favorite color, and pants or skirts for each of the characters? For those who
Sorry, I
didn't see
typed
it.
it out, but I think he needs to reply in for the YouTube.
Oh, is that in the chat?
He's a kill.
I'm dying. OBS is fucking up right now. OBS is on the fritz. Tell him to hold on. Just tell him to stop talking. Because OBS stopped. Stream fucked.
Something happened to the stream. We want you guys to
Hold up.
hold on for a second.
Just doing so well. It's there. But I have no sound.
You're frozen. You guys sound funny.
Discord crashed, I think.
Cussing out Discord.
To basically reboot it.
Can you hear
If it
what?
was
I
streaming
just
issues.
got back on and I had already done things. So, but I'm back on the stream now. Unfortunately. Because I had already killed it before you said that.
Yeah, if you go into the OBS or Task Manager and you just kill the process, it'll basically treat it as like you're lagging so bad that the stream still can go for like I think 1 to 3 minutes, something along those lines, to try to like reconnect.
Okay.
And then if you open it up and start again, it'll start it going without having any issues.
Are you back on?
We are back online. But I think everyone would have been kicked out.
Yeah, well, so we got 7 people.
Most of them were us.
We're back. We're back.
Alright, so starting the question over.
Yes.
Melia likes pink and she likes blue. For traveling purposes, she typically wears pants because trying to trudge through deep snow while in a skirt just doesn't sound like a good time. But when they're in taverns and like inns and stuff like that, and they can be somewhat casual, she'll usually have a skirt on. And currently, while they're in the jungle, she is in a skort. So, bit of
The
both.
hell's a skort?
It is a skirt with built-in shorts. They are glorious.
Oh, they're the best. I have like 3 of them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Skirt on the top, shorts underneath.
yep.
All the fun of a skirt with the modesty of shorts.
People. Just skirts with shorts. It's the same thing.
You
Yeah,
guys can
combine
just
these words.
shush. You guys
Look,
can just.
Fine, I'll just go off and put my entire hand in my pocket.
Don't you dare.
Easy
Yes,
peasy.
pockets.
I can fit my wallet and phone in my pockets.
I do not have. I mean, I think I have a couple of dresses, but all my dresses have pockets. I don't buy dresses without pockets anymore. Because I hate carrying a handbag. I hate it.
Yeah, it is a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
I have some with pockets and some without, and when I find out they have pockets, it becomes like 10 times higher up on my like list of favorite ones.
Yes. And sometimes I don't know what to do with my hands, so I just put them in my pockets.
Yeah. Did Adelaide answer for the color and
Yes.
what she wears?
That was great.
Yes. Keep the questions coming if you have something else.
Ask questions, chat.
In the meantime, we can answer the ones we talked about in Discord before.
In the meantime, I
Yes.
have something to ask our DM.
Yes.
So, one of Adelaide's favorite things that she did once was turn into a worm or something bug and crawl up somebody's ear and came back as Adelaide and like blew up the guy's head. You said I could only do it once. Can I do it one more time, please?
I'm
Just
not a fan of
one
this
more
guy.
time. Just
That,
one more time.
that depends on who you plan on doing it to.
You know who I plan on doing it to.
I mean,
There's only one person I want to do it to.
Look, guys, we're
Uh,
friends with our friend now. He's giving us a quest.
No.
I mean,
That's a hard no on that. If you guys are like, oh well, Adelaide made her choice and she gave herself up, Ressick would have gone fucking John Wick and done everything he could to kill everyone in that camp. By himself or with someone else. So we would be replacing 2 characters if you guys decided that. Because
Damn.
he don't like dying people. And he already had
Killing
problems with
people.
prisoners, dead dwarves, and this guy's just a dick. He doesn't like anything about this situation.
Chat wants me to answer the favorite color question and pants or skirt. Do you want me to answer as the DM or as one of the many NPCs that I've played?
Oh, no, I need to know for Guh. You can also answer
Oh.
for the DM,
A
but I need to
thong,
know
man.
the
That's all she wears is a
Uh,
thong.
Unfortunately,
yeah,
I don't
Guz-
think she could wear either pants or a skirt. That's what's scary.
Yeah, Guz's favorite color is shit brown
Gross.
and no clothes, no masters, all bare.
What a
I
woman.
I think I told you. I don't remember if I told the whole group, but I think in one of our late nights discussions, I told you guys that had you entered in the other way in like sneaking, I was going to narrate you guys coming into the room to grunting
No.
and one of the hill giants giving it to her
Oh.
from the back.
Gross.
As much
You must
pain
now
as we went
roll
through,
new characters.
Yes.
I am immeasurably happy that didn't happen.
Yes.
I think we
I was
all
thinking,
are.
Adelaide would have just like died of just throwing up.
This sight inflicts power word kill on you.
I was definitely gonna have you guys roll Constitution saving throws for it. But I mean, hey,
The
that's where my
problem is-
brain goes.
I don't think that your even a failed Constitution saving throw was going to be bad enough. I like, oh, we're sick. No, we're not sick. We're dying of just
Yeah,
sheer
perish.
shock. Yeah, just dead.
Yeah. But to answer your question, hopefully, if you're trying to brainworm Ifran and pop his head, you will have to fight him and get him down to very weak.
I went back through the Discord and pulled up the questions that we had predetermined. So if we're in a lull, I'll go through those. So, what are each one of our favorite NPC interactions?
Oh, I'll lead. Ressig accidentally threatening the merchant while trying to recruit him was fucking phenomenal. Like, yeah, little buddy, come to my town. Come with me through the long walk to Nurnar's hole.
He was like, that town's haunted. Hell no, I'm not going there. He's like, well, I'll take you there. It'll be fine. Like, you're trying to kill me.
That was definitely a good one. That was awful. But good.
I think Adelaide's was meeting Jeeves. Because she got scared and she just like.
Reduce. Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was hilarious. For no reason she did that, but hey.
Yeah, like I said, Zuregs was with the vampire. Love that interaction. Pick me up like a baby, and then he became his bro.
Yeah.
You love me. I love you.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
I guess Millie's would have been when she was helping the family give birth, and a very sweet moment where they're just like, "What was your name? You have a really pretty name," and then they name their kid after her because now Millie has to keep that child safe no matter what.
For the rest of eternity.
Yep.
Because even if you die, you still have to watch the kid.
Yep.
Well, it's funny because we did leave the village completely undefended with Ifran.
Yeah.
Everybody's dead.
All right.
I
We
mean,
have
I have several. I liked the in Belliard with the tavern and just us kind of just taking it over. That was fun. It wasn't exactly my favorite, but definitely like Merc's example with the old man, or meeting the halfling in Grudhaug, him talking about people he was captured with, and me, the player, not remembering my own shit. Being like, oh hey, I know that name.
Yeah, that was a funny moment because I'm sitting over here like saying the name and then just like waiting for it, and I was like, all right, but I guess he just didn't get it, and then I see it like come across like, oh wait.
Yeah.
I think my favorite NPC interaction that you guys have had so far is probably with the lady and calling horns, because I had already thought in my head to have her twist the guy's balls, and for Resi to do it, it was like a very synonymous thinking type of thing.
Yeah. You
So
didn't even
it's
mention that
like-
part of it in your recap.
Yeah, we didn't mention
You
that in the
skipped that.
recap that Ressig's a real ball breaker. Was
Hey,
one of
you
the
guys,
big-
you guys could have jumped in at any moment.
as a man, Resic Falcon punched the heck out of somebody's nuts, and as a woman, he is a ball buster, and he squeezed the living heck out of them, causing a grown man, to cry in front of his
Yep.
balls.
Yep.
Though this wasn't an NPC interaction, I do have to say I also absolutely loved Merc looking at Ressig and going, "Relax, Ressig. I'm just breaking your ball."
Yeah, that joke going unheard by so many people. And I think Stream missed
It
out
was
on
busted,
it.
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
But
Yeah, just
Yeah.
busting your
Pretty-
ball.
Yeah.
Uh,
Next one on here is what was your favorite fight?
Go cow. That is
Yeah.
one fight. There's no other like you can't break it into parts because it was one fight. We just started killing.
Well, one of Adelaide's favorite fight was I don't remember. We were in it was very early in the game. We were in there was two giants or one giant and a whole bunch of goblins. She turned into a dinosaur and one of the goblins jumped on her and she ran towards a tree and used a branch to get the goblin off of her. and then she went and climbed up onto the giant. That was one of her favorite
Yeah,
things to do.
that was the random encounter that, like, I think that was the first time Millie used haste on Zurich and Ressig, and we just obliterated. I think it was 2 giants and some ogres, or 1
Exactly.
Yeah,
giant
we were
and
doing-
a bunch of ogres,
We had a surprise round.
and we just
Yeah.
murdered
Right.
everyone. That was a good fight. That was a very good fight.
Yep.
Haste
Yeah, I
is
remember
amazing.
you guys whomped me on that fight. Yeah, that's a good one.
We have another question from the chat. Everyone's favorite dinosaur.
If we're talking real life, my favorite dinosaur is a Velociraptor. But if we're talking so thus far in the campaign, the Terror Claw Raptors.
Yeah, the one I obliterated. That specific one. That
Yeah.
was my favorite.
They also did a fair job of fucking you up before you obliterated them.
Yep.
I think Adelaide's favorite is the last thing she turned into, the bird. I don't remember the name of it. The
Quisquatlus.
humongous one.
The Pretzelotopus, as I've called it.
Quetzalcoatlus.
Yeah, that one.
My favorite dino is the one that goes into my gas tank.
Good old fossil fuels.
Honestly, for merch, because I assume that's the party's favorite, it's the Ankylosaurus we met with Zomu. That thing was chill.
That's both for me.
Yeah, right?
Boulder
Like,
drop.
Well, the player and person.
yeah, Boulder Drop, yes. And what does Chugman like the most?
Parasaurolophus.
What's the big super shark one? Not the Megalodon, but the one in Jurassic World.
Oh, not the shark, but like the more like gar, like
Yeah.
I don't know, but I know what you're talking about. That's a pretty good choice.
Gotta represent water dinosaurs, man.
Plesiosaurus? No, not a plesiosaur.
No, a
Plesiosaurus.
Leopleurodon.
Plesiosaurus, the long-necked one.
Mosasaur.
Yeah.
It's a
Mosasaur.
Leopleurodon, Charlie. A magical Leopleurodon. It's gonna show us the way to Candy Mountain. My favorite fight, going back to that question, I mean, I had to say it, even though it's like a somber one, is the fight with Ifran. Just because of the weight it carries and everything that was attached to it. Like I said, it was Adelaide trying to keep everybody out of harm's way, but her party, her friends, not allowing her to put herself in harm's way, and just everything that came with it. You know, just I think that's my favorite. Yeah.
I think my favorite would have been when we were fighting those rage guys on their birds, just because like we were kind of in a very sticky situation.
It's messing up again.
Right, where nations.
Yeah.
And while
The
like it didn't
stream
include
match
everyone, which was
is stream
somewhat
good?
disappointing, it did have a lot like of a good interaction between those two characters. And as for a favorite dinosaur, mine would probably be the pterodactyl. There's something satisfying about the way it screeches, and the fact that they can fly is pretty neat. And then for Millie, I would probably say either the one that could fly that Adelaide has, Pretzelotopus or whatever it is that we call.
Pretzelotopus.
And then or the one that was with our elephant friend.
Yeah, Ankylosaurus. Zuri, do you have a favorite fight?
Favorite fight?
Yeah.
Honestly, I kind of enjoyed the Hydra.
Yeah, Hydra's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite D&D monsters.
I'll say
Yeah, that fight was fun for Adelaide because I had heat metal prepared for a long time, but I couldn't use it on anything. So I told Resic, okay, if you're gonna attack it, just fucking throw something metal at it so I can use my. Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, that was a really good fight. The synergy with the party really worked really well. And I mean, I as a DM didn't know any of your tactics, but I just narrated that like, yeah, you threw that axe, it's now stuck inside of it, and then just everything that came with it. That was really good.
I'd say a good
And then,
honorable mention for good fight is also the fight when we weren't even us in the Utgard tribe.
Yeah.
The mechanic of like fighting, but also having to reinforce the walls and doing all that other stuff, and it made it definitely more complicated.
And I got to bust up my spreadsheets.
Yeah. That was a lot of fun.
But Vader gave me a fighter with nothing. They had 0 abilities. You know, I had multi-attack, and that was it. Like, nothing in there.
Yeah, that's my fault.
And it was like, oh, I'll give you the fighting style of great weapon fighter, but you give you the weapon of a sword and a shield. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I could have had you guys just create like another character, but I wanted to give you guys like NPC sheets because I didn't want them to be as like powerful as like player characters are, but I still wanted them to have, abilities and shit like that.
That dude had nothing. He had multi-attack.
Yeah.
That was it.
You have favorite roleplay between characters? What was your favorite roleplay moment?
Do you remember when Gieran was trying to make Linus make out with a giant?
Yes.
Wait a minute. When the hell did that happen?
It was early on when you charmed that one giant, and like you were talking about how it was trying to like get with you, and like was drawing like the romantic pictures and stuff in the dirt.
That was I think that was an ogre, not a giant.
Whatever it was.
Wasn't that like in Nightstone?
Okay, that would have been an ogre, but we
had.
had another instance where we did it to a giant, and I remember.
Yeah, he was trying to get Linus to get with a giant because I made a meme for it.
Yeah. Snap kiss.
It's like trying to force it. Yeah.
I remember that. That's funny. Yeah, that was that like small stint of time. They're like, okay, you charm them, they're gonna be sexually attracted to
you.
Vader read the description of that ability and took it a whole different way.
Yep. Like, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you can go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I think mine, roleplay wise, would have been pretty much every time Millie has like woken up in the middle of the night to chaos and gets to scold the people after the fighting is over. Like, how dare you guys wake me up with a panic again? And like, it just amuses me to go on my little rants. That, or when we were doing the stories with Zenu. The Fork Warrior shall rise again.
I really liked. So it's a sad one, but I really liked Merc begging Millie to revive Scuttles.
Yeah.
I was like, because to Merc, it's like, no, this is my buddy. Come on, bring him back. Fix him.
I see that right there. I wonder what the implications would have been if Millie would have been like, okay, fine, use some of the diamond to bring back Scuttles, and we left it to a roll of like how much of that diamond you used, and I like if it would have used like well, not how much it used, but how much the diamond was worth, because we all know how much Revivify costs, but it's like, so it's like I wonder if Millie would have been like, yeah, brought Scuttles back, and then a couple sessions later, Zurag dies,
It could have.
and she has
completely
no
derailed
diamonds to.
everything.
Yeah,
Scuttle would have to die too. For reals this time.
What was crazy was Merc. Like compared to how many blueies we've been through, Merc kept Scuttles alive for a while.
Yeah.
Relative to everything else.
yeah.
And I know I'm going a little off topic, but I mean, to Scuttles, you have to remember, Merc died. So it was actually Scuttles felt Merc die first.
Yep. Anybody else have any favorite roleplay moments?
Headbutting with Merc about the Zentrum was fun. And when Dressig was dying after Grudhaug and his little interactions with Millie. Which, by the way, I don't think I sent you a copy of it, but I did post it. Or I did. No, I think I did.
I'm honestly not entirely sure right now.
I think I made a journal note on Foundry,
Okay.
but I don't know if I shared it with the group or not. Because I was about to ask another question. Did you read that?
I didn't, because I didn't know it was in Foundry.
I don't know. I don't know if I shared it with the group. Because he said he didn't. At this point in time, he's not dead, and it's a totally different letter that would need to be written. Or send it, call himself dead, and move on. But doubt that'll happen.
Yeah, I think if he sent a letter, it might be, I am dead. Don't answer anybody going by my name.
Well, speaking of that matter, I guess Sylvan as a player, or even as Ressig, have they thought any more on that whole situation? Because I mean, you went from thinking your parents were dead, family was dead, found they were once in Golden Fields, now then heading to Shadowtop Cathedral. Heard they were.
Oh my god, this.
Again. He lost
Mine-
stream again.
No!
Wait, no, I didn't lose stream. As soon as she said it,
Okay.
it came back on. I heard you talking about Shadowtop, and that's where it stopped.
Yes. So you heard that your parents, or at least two halflings that resembled you, were heading towards Shadowtop, and then you find that they were held in Grudhaug. Like, is that still something that's present on Ressig's mind? Like,
100%.
possibility of finding them?
100% on his mind, which is why he's going chaos on every response to everything. It's like he's a different person every time. But he doesn't, like, it hasn't even been that long It's been what, a week since he's changed bodies,
A little longer.
but yeah, so it's definitely there in his head, but there's been some other pressing concerns with, life-threatening things at the moment. I'm sort of resigned to the fact that they're probably dead. And more than thinking about his parents, thinking about his sister and what the hell he's going to try and do there, because she is still alive.
Yeah, she's in Silver Moon, correct?
Correct.
So, I
Studying
mean,
to
that's
be
someplace-
a wizard.
That's someplace that you guys plan to go. So I mean that interaction is to come sooner than later. Do you think when you get there that you'll actively reach out and try to? Because I mean you're not who you were before.
Yeah.
So that's a whole explanation.
That is something I'm still on the fence. Yes, he would, because it is his sister. It's the only, at the moment, only living family he's aware of. Because he doesn't know what the hell happened with his parents. We're planning on going to Shadowtop, because they were trying to recruit help for the Uthgard, seeing if they can get help there. So that's a little bit less concerning to him than Silverybone, though. Her. Eventually I'll get it.
You had what was like the funniest moment to you? So in my case, it would probably have been, ironically enough, when Chugman was just like, "Oh," like the dragging it out was beautiful.
Yeah. That was a good part. I have a few, but I'll let you guys answer first.
I think for Adelaide it was when Resig punched that guy in the balls during battle. That was really funny for me.
Natural 20 nut hit.
Yes.
Should have taken
Yeah, that was
unarmed
great.
combatant for his fighting style and just go straight grappler and punch the hell out of people. It's a horrible
You
combination
get a
with
dick
Rune Knight.
punch.
It is bad. But it would be lots of fun. Funniest, I mean, yeah, that one, the nut twist or the nut punch were good. Merc's insistence on keeping this skull and falling off the bridge was just like, it's like everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and it was just great and terrible.
I
mean, all Merc's roles are really funny to me.
Yep.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say the Bone Zone.
Ow.
Yep.
Ow.
The Bone Zone.
Actually, I might
Just-
switch mine to when Millie hugged Resig and just spun around, and you're like, "Wait, you
That
did
was
that?"
really
And
funny.
I actually laughed so hard I started to cry.
Yeah.
Wait, when you hugged Resig and it went,
when we were on the bridge and I hugged Resig and I just pivoted around and like totally noped on him going across the bridge.
I had to mute. I was laughing so hard.
I started to cry. I was laughing so hard I was hurting myself.
I think you can hear on the stream, like on the video, I am wheezing. I'm like, just like fucking dying.
Yeah, you guys pretty much covered mine. One that was funny to me, just because it was like out of disbelief, was during Grudhaug. Just all my rolls to hit Merc weren't going through, and I was rolling like well. Anybody else, I would be well over the AC, but just rolling and getting like 21s and 22s and just constantly nope, miss. I was like, it was laughable to me just because it was like in no other scenario would this happen.
I think at one point you went, you did something like you're like, does 22 hit? I was like, no. And then I remember just you going, what? And I was like, yeah.
Yeah, insane. I mean, we've had plenty of funny moments. It's really hard to choose a favorite. Um,
Interactions with Ifrin were always so fun and pleasant. I was such a polite person. Can't say it was exactly funny, but it definitely was humorous
No,
to me. Just to fucking, it's like poking the bear, just fucking with him. That was great.
I mean, the
No.
pocket rabbits were funny too. Okay, that was very funny.
You want some rabbits?
The pocket
There's a
rabbits
rabbit.
were funny. Yeah, it wasn't in my
There-
pocket.
There's some rabbits right here. He's hey, pretty.
Larry Slingblade is the name you gave that guy.
Larry Sleeblade. There's patio potatoes.
No, you straight up called him patio potatoes.
Yeah, patio potatoes. The horrible NPC names pull out of my ass. Well, I don't. It's already 12:15, but I think I want to finish this with a question for you guys. If you would indulge me so. How has this campaign either met, exceeded, or fallen short of your expectations? And what is the thing you most look forward to?
I can go first. It has been really good. The player and for me and Adelaide both. It was really good up to the point that Ifrin got a hold of us, but it's still really good. And the most thing that she's looking forward to is killing Ifrin. I just want to eat his brains and just explode his head. But so far, it's doing really good. I'm so glad I said yes to this campaign.
I'm glad to have you.
I can't wait for the moment Merc convinces everybody that Ifrin's really a good guy and we spare him.
That's the day that Merc's gonna die too.
There will be 2 sets of hemipenes hanging from Nonar's hold if Merc decides to try and stop Ressig. Because Ifrin's got a hemipene, and I'm sure that Merc has one too.
Merc's last words as his balls are being ripped away would be, "Look, we're the same."
Yeah, this has been fantastic. I'm loving it so much. Ressig is like, I made a stupid, like, I want to be a halfling that can grow to be huge, and that was just a dumb idea that turned into one of my favorite characters that I've made. But now they're not a halfling, but they still get big and cause some mild chaos, and I love the chaos. I am good at chaos, keeping it to a minimum, unlike some other characters from other campaigns.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
I
clue.
am not. I am, but I am not looking forward to when the backstory spotlight turns to me. I want to see where the story goes, but seeing just the sheer terror that Adelaide is going through, I was like, I don't want it. I want it, but I don't want it. That
I was
spotlight sucks.
I was just telling Sylvan this was a couple weeks ago. I'm like, okay, there's like 2 characters of mine is going through their backstories, and it's really, really messing up with my mind. But then, yeah. So it's good. I like it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you guys gave me great backstories to work with, and I mean, already with the campaign structure, it's like I have antagonists to work with. Ubli, you gave me a savage Zentrum agent, so that was fun to work on that. And Sylvan, I mean, with Restig, I mean, you have like the tie-in with stuff like with the goblins and the hill giants that we've already experienced, but I also got to tack on the Dodd Kong onto you, which you guys learned that name in a previous session, so that'll be fun to explore.
Hold up, the what?
The Dodd Kong. I won't give anything else other than that, 'cause that's what you've learned in game, or at least Millie has.
Oh, okay.
For me, I would say it exceeded expectations in a variety of ways. One, for how difficult it would be. 2, for how much like my mind gets excited by like the difficulty and like trying to establish like how to solve the puzzle, so to speak. Like, you know, when we're in a situation, like what can I do to circumvent this? I've enjoyed the interactions between the characters. I've enjoyed the interactions between the NPCs. Honestly, like this has been a really great and really fun campaign, and I am extremely looking forward to several different things. One, a very special baggage item that I requested. And 2, Millie's backstory and how like the dragons fit in, and what's going on with the suit of armor, and whether or not like her wing situation, and how like that like basically dual voices in her head, like kind of like how, you know, you got the little devil and the angel on their shoulders interacting, and how that will play out for her in the future, because like, you know, will her like emotional state dictate like her stability of her magic, or, you know, all of these different factors, and how she can like kind of, you know, enhance her like, healing now using sorcery points, and you know how you know potentially her like damage magic is going to be affected, because, you know, obviously she was a little bit scared, not only from like the perspective of like, oh my god, like my party members really can die, and there's some things that I just can't handle because I might not be in the right place at the right time if we get separated. So there's some level of like, now she has that level of anxiety, as well as like, well, what if I'm in a situation where I need to like do damage, and like will it go haywire again, and like who will get caught in the crossfire?
Yeah, I'm very excited to get further into that. Like Sylvan was saying, the spotlight, as we move through this campaign, and that spotlight slowly shines upon each one of you. I have been cooking, as they say, for each and every one of you. So I'm always excited to get into it and see how you guys not only take it as, you know, as an individual, you know, going through it, but also as you guys collectively take it on as a party, because it's so collaborative, and what you guys do always surprises me. So, what about you, Chuck?
So, honestly, so I've been really enjoying the campaign, but it's weird because I'm like, we have so much ahead of us that I'm so excited for the moment our characters get to take a break. We get a beach episode. I think that will be the single greatest episode
Uh,
of the campaign. Like we're just like, it's like, oh yeah, we're going to Hot Springs Town. We're just gonna take a day off, and like if a single person's like, adventurers, we need help. Like we're just like, fuck you. It would just be like it would be the greatest session. Just everybody just being like, no, we're gonna treat ourselves.
Yeah.
It kind of goes along with the session we took over the inn. It was good to just
Yeah.
fucking not be on, and just have
We
fun.
turned
with
our pagers off.
it. Exactly.
I mean, in response to that, I will say, I mean, you guys are ultimately in control with pacing and stuff like that. If you're gonna continue to push forward towards objectives and stuff like that, I'm gonna continue unraveling that spool as we go. But if there's a time where you're just like, we're just gonna sit and we're gonna talk and we're gonna do stuff. I have nothing against you guys doing that at all. We had talked when you guys became the Hunt Lords about taking some time and actually going through some infrastructure on the town and actually building stuff and stuff like that. That's part of the story that you guys want to play out and stuff like that. 100%. I support it. Things will progress in the world to some degree. But I'm not going to penalize you guys for wanting to explore different avenues of what you enjoy. So if you want a beach episode, I will remind you it is wintertime, but you are in Cholt right now, so if a beach episode is to happen, maybe down in a tropical island would be the place to do it.
Well, that or we go into the Tomb of Annihilation. But I mean,
Please don't go into the Tomb of Annihilation. We are so far off the rails of Storm King's Thunder's adventure path. We are in another one. But I mean, I kid when I say that. If you guys, Tomb of Annihilation is something that you guys want to do, I will fucking run it for you. Just remember that your characters do have goals.
What if
I
that was the
think-
what if
even if it's
think
not
that
a
was-
beach
that
episode,
was the
but
what
if
if
we do
episode.
if we don't do a beach episode, at least an episode after this whole Ifrin crap winds down, we take some time in Noanar's Hold and just do menial dumb shit to get the town back on its feet.
Yeah,
Not
I mean, well, that'll
adventuring, just fucking there.
yeah. Well, it sounds like an Ifran fight is something that multiple people want, so we'll see. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, you guys are always free to take some downtime. What about you, Sergeant?
Expectation wise, yeah, when you said it was going to be difficult, flying off the cart and getting absolutely bodied immediately, probably put that in perspective. Well, I've definitely enjoyed it. There's some frustrating moments where I just feel useless being characters that can only swing at shit and can't hit anything in the air. But for future wise, I can't wait to get the shit out of the jungle. And ultimately, I want to get the belts more than anything at this point.
Yeah. Well, I will say in response to the feeling useless, you make up for it by doing 60 points of damage per hit. So
If
there
I
might
can
be a
hit.
few things that you can't. There might be a few things that you can't reach, but damn it, when you do, they feel it.
Don't worry, Sergeant. I will take you up there. I will make it my mission to take Zurag up to wherever you can reach.
in the background. I can take you higher.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there you go, Adelaide. You could just summon like giant eagles and stuff for people
Yeah.
to ride instead of 1,000 fucking raptors that eat up my initiative tracker.
Oh, I forgot during the
I
Growth
was
House fight,
gonna
the
say
giant
that
eagles.
Adelaide will show Zureg the world. It's not Adelaide. It's
She's a
Shining,
whole
shimmering,
real-
splendid.
There you go.
A new fantastic point of view.
You can hit shit so hard.
And not be so
well,
far away.
we have made it past session 50. We're going into the next half, creeping towards 100. You guys have come a long way from Nightstone. You've developed quite nicely, if I do say so myself. And I'm looking forward to telling this story further with you all. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and it's all because of what you guys bring to this table. So thank you all for being great players, for putting up with my shenanigans, and facing death that I throw at you guys almost every session.
Well, thank you again.
We love you too, Vader.
Oh. Well, this was fun. It was fun to be able to talk about with you guys as a whole. Sure, we could go on and on about different moments that come sparking up into our minds, but it is late. We all have some sleep to get to. So I want to thank you guys once more. I want to thank chat for hanging out with us and asking some questions. We will see you guys next Sunday for session 51 as our Hunt Lords continue their foray through Omu and currently face down some Frog Warriors.
And a puzzle.
And a puzzle, which I can't wait for that, because D&D parties and puzzles equal hilarity. So make sure you join us Sunday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, whereas we over here on the East Coast like to call it the cool people time.
And by
And,
cool, Vader means lame.
I mean,
It's way cooler over here, Vader.
it probably is. It's currently been
Literally.
Don't
trolling
give in to
Bubba
them.
around here.
Don't let the terrorists win.
You're right.
It's
Screw you,
literally
terrorists.
cooler here, okay?
But from my home to yours, this has been Disorderly Decision, a recap of our Reign of Storms campaign, episodes 1 through 50. Everybody have a great night, sleep tight, and we will see you somewhere between the sacred silence and sleep.
Yeah.
Good
Disorder.
night, everyone.
Disorder.
Disorder.
Good night.
Thanks for
Very
watching.
orderly. Disorder.
Even a disorder.